Chapter 23:11. Because of the two unknown helpers, Han Fei thought they were the reason why the nautical panorama pointed here. So, Han Fei didn't have to kill this person, because he could ask for a lot of resources from the heavenly races with him. But he still killed him, considering that he needed sacrifices to obtain the power of the god of war. This person was a good sacrifice. Also, this was the only way to increase the wealth of the person in the infinity mirror. At this moment, the void behind Han Fei and the others trembled, and a giant ship jumped over from the void. This giant ship was 100,000 meters long, 16,000 meters wide, and 18,000 meters above the water. It was a moving city. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a huge ship in the wilderness. The moment he saw the ship, he felt an inexplicable gaze that made him tremble. Emperor level. Han Fei was shocked. He had seen more than one emperor, except for his first senior brother. This one was the scariest one to him. The gentle and beautiful girl said, "This is the crossing, the #1 independent cultivator ship in the divine land of the East Ocean. The East Ocean is so big that I can cross it." Seeing Han Fei's confusion, the girl was slightly surprised. "You've never heard of it?" Han Fei shook his head. He was like a newbie who had just come out of the mountains and knew nothing about the outside world. The girl smiled, revealing a pair of shallow dimples. Her eyes were slightly curved, and she was so sweet that she didn't look like a human at all. Her every frown and every smile was alluring, but she wasn't sexy at all. Slurp! Feng Xing Lu's saliva almost dripped out of his mouth. Han Fei even heard his heart pounding violently. It was obvious that this guy had been charmed by this girl and probably fell in love at first sight. Han Fei, on the other hand, focused his attention on the girl's dagger. He couldn't help but suspect that the dagger was an upgraded version of the shadowless blade. Could this guy be? The girl seemed to be used to people like Feng Xing Lu, so she didn't mind. She said casually, "The crossing, the #1 independent cultivator ship in the East Ocean, is controlled by the South Emperor. It travels among the major forces and on many treasure lands. The crossing welcomes all independent cultivators. It's known as the paradise for independent cultivators." But at the same time, it did not object to the experts of the major forces staying here. So far, no one had dared to kill anyone on the crossing, not even venerable sovereigns. "You were lucky to be on the Traverser's route." Han Fei asked casually, "Where are you going?" The girl replied, "The divine capital dynasty." Han Fei looked back, but the gaze just now had disappeared. So he nodded at Feng Xing Lu and said, "Get on." At this time, the celestial powerhouses all had ugly expressions. In such a vast wilderness, why did they have to encounter the Traverser? One of them shouted, "Han Fei, even if you can escape today, how can you leave the divine capital dynasty?" Han Fei sneered, "It's none of your business whether I can leave or not." "Oh, that's right. Remember to come find me later. Bring along the resources within 2 million kilometers." The man sneered, "Who do you think you are?" Crash! Han Fei casually threw out a head, which was the super expert at the peak of the star transformation realm sealed in the infinity mirror. Just now, Han Fei attacked the infinity mirror twice. Because this person's consciousness was stolen, his body was smashed and fell apart. Then he was fixed by the God-sealing spear and couldn't reassemble or do anything. He was still lying in the infinity mirror in a daze. Han Fei said, "Remember, you only have 1 month. If you don't get the resources in 1 month, you won't have a chance to see this guy again." "Young master?" The 4 of them were shocked. No wonder they didn't see this person from beginning to end. It turned out that he had been captured by Han Fei. However, how could Han Fei have the strength to capture a peak star transformation realm expert? A powerhouse at the edge of the Tao-proving realm should be able to crush Han Fei easily, right? At this moment, they didn't have time to think. The crossing was about to arrive. These people reluctantly retreated and disappeared into the void. Then, Han Fei's avatar disappeared, and a mass of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Han Fei stuffed the expert of the celestial race into the origin sea while he was still warm. In the end, he had to exclaim that a peak star transformation realm expert was really strong. If it were an ordinary person, he would have crushed them into dust or energy, but this person still had a human form. From this, it could be seen that what the god of war said about the path after turning into a star was indeed extraordinary. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he finished that path. At this moment, Han Fei slightly cupped his hands at the girl and then looked at the sword cultivator. "Thank you for your help. My name is Han Fei, an independent cultivator." Slurp, Feng Xingliu looked at the girl with a smile. "Nice to meet you, girl. My name is Feng Xingliu Feng. I'm an independent cultivator." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Do you think I don't know who you are? Now that you're involved, I'm just a rogue cultivator. It's like I'm bragging." The girl smiled faintly. I know the Phoenix divine race, but I really don't know this one." The girl looked at Han Fei and smiled. "I'm Wu Shuang from the City of Terror. Nice to meet you, fellow cultivators." Wu Shuang. Han Fei thought to himself that the name did not match her appearance. Han Fei felt that the name Gentle was more suitable for a gentle and beautiful girl like her. On the other side, the sword cultivator looked at Han Fei. "I'm Wang Beichin from the Eastern Sword Pavilion. What kind of sword move was that finger of yours just now?" Han Fei realized that this guy was attracted by his swordsmanship. Han Fei immediately replied with a smile. "It's my own creation, the Tao Convergence sword." Wang Beichin slightly nodded, but his expression didn't change much. "Very strong. Let's have a fight when we're free." Han Fei nodded. "Okay." Han Fei was covered in blood, cracked, and exhausted. In their eyes, he was heavily wounded. Feng Xingliu was the same. He was in an even worse state than Han Fei. Han Fei could fight a cultivator in the late stage of the star transformation realm, but Feng Xingliu was too reckless. He had been beaten up for 3 seconds. Han Fei casually gave Feng Xingliu a ball of liquid divine light and stuffed one into his mouth. It would be too eye-catching to use the heavenly awakening divine technique, but it wouldn't attract attention with the liquid divine light. Everyone would only think that it was some kind of healing medicine, but they wouldn't think that it was some kind of mystical technique. It was the first time that Feng Xingliu had been so heavily wounded. As soon as the liquid divine light entered his mouth, he shivered and felt that his limbs and bones were stretched out. The pain all over his body suddenly lightened, and his wounds were healing at a visible speed. He was about to ask what it was, but Han Fei slightly shook his head. He understood and didn't ask again. Han Fei looked at Wu Shuang and Wang Beichin. "Han Fei owes you two a favor. Let me treat you to dinner first." "Dinner?" Feng Xingliu immediately said, Okay. We've been running for so long and are so tired. It's time to take a rest." On the crossing, a casual repair ship. In fact, not many people noticed the battle on Han Fei's side. Heaven-opening realm cultivators could notice the changes in the weather, but ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivators couldn't watch the battle on Han Fei's side from afar. However, most people knew that something big had happened up ahead. It was no longer a scene caused by the death of an ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivator. Unfortunately, when the crossing passed by the battlefield, many people didn't see it at all. Many people gathered by the side of the ship, collecting the spiritual rain after the destruction of the Great Path. The crossing didn't come for nothing. Sea-opening realm cultivators and heaven-opening realm cultivators charged different prices for every day they stayed on the ship. The payment methods were also different. After all, individual cultivators sometimes didn't know what they had. When they paid for the ship, they calculated that the resources for a sea-opening realm cultivator to stay on the crossing for a day were about 100 kilometers. Moreover, according to their strength, different resources would be charged but the lowest limit was 50 kilometers. This was already a very small amount of resources. Why was it so small? It was said that the controller of the crossing, the South Emperor, had become an emperor step by step from an independent cultivator. He knew how difficult it was for an independent cultivator to grow up, so he didn't take their resources. However, if a heaven-opening realm cultivator wanted to stay on the ship for a day, the basic price was 1,000 kilometers a day. That was equivalent to paying 10,000 kilometers of resources in 100 days. That was equivalent to paying 10,000 kilometers of resources in 10,000 days. More directly, in 27 years, they had to pay all the resources a sea-opening realm cultivator could get. For a sea-opening realm cultivator, this was naturally a huge number. But for a heaven-opening realm cultivator, this amount of resources was actually not much. Because of this, there were a lot of heaven-opening realm cultivators on the crossing. There were nearly 10,000 of them staying on the ship in just a day. Moreover, South Deity would charge even more for people from special factions. Anyone recognized as a big force could collect 10,000 kilometers of resources a day. Because you came from a big force, I'm going to rip you off. If you don't want to be ripped off, then get out of here. Han Fei and the others were treated like this after boarding the ship. A sea-opening realm cultivator collected resources from them. According to the judgment of the crossing, you have to pay 10,000 kilometers of resources a day. How long do you need to pay? Han Fei smiled faintly. How long will it take to reach the divine capital dynasty? The attendant said, the crossing won't move very fast, so it will take another year and 8 months to reach the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This place was only 2 light years away from the divine capital dynasty. In that case, the crossing was indeed not fast. Han Fei was sure that the crossing would only sail freely on the sea for a while after jumping for a while. It couldn't operate at full power. Therefore, this feeling was like the experience of a cruise in a different world. Han Fei looked at the man and was silent for a moment. Would you believe me if I said I'm an independent cultivator? The attendant shook his head with a smile, thinking, stop bragging. Han Fei's name is already on the crossing. You challenge the heavenly clans, rob them, and capture them in exchange for resources. You say you're an independent cultivator, but do you think I'm a sea pig? Han Fei shrugged helplessly and paid 2 portions of resources. We'll pay the daytime resources first. The attendant wasn't surprised. He just smiled and gave Han Fei and Feng Xingliu a token with the word South engraved on it. Feng Xingliu didn't say anything. He seemed to be used to money. He thought to himself, why should I compete with my brother to pay such a small amount of money? But Feng Xingliu didn't know that small favors were the easiest to buy people's hearts. Chapter 23:12. On the crossing, Han Fei booked a comfortable and spacious room with a courtyard view, a running lotus pond, and a room decorated with low-level demonic plants. Feng Qingcheng was listening to Feng Xingliu telling her what had happened during this period, which was slightly exaggerated. He fought a peak star transformation realm cultivator and killed a peak star transformation realm cultivator. Feng Qingcheng glanced at Han Fei in surprise and then heard Feng Xingliu bragging, in fact, I'm not bad. I fought a peak star transformation realm cultivator for 3,000 rounds. Although he was heavily wounded, he wasn't much better. Han Fei couldn't bear it anymore and said, yes, he wasn't much better. His hand just hurt. Pucci. Wu Shuang couldn't help but smile. Feng Qingcheng was speechless, wondering when Feng Xingliu would change his habit of bragging. Feng Xingliu was about to burst into anger, but his heart softened when he saw Wu Shuang's beautiful smile. In the room, Han Fei cleared a piece of land and set up a hot pot and a barbecue grill. Wu Shuang and Wang Beiqin were a little confused by this. In the next moment, Han Fei took out a bunch of ordinary prawns, clams, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, mantis shrimp, and so on. Han Fei said, Feng Xingliu, you barbecue. Then, Han Fei smiled at Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen. Please wait a moment. Wang Beichen slightly frowned. How can a cultivator be greedy? At this moment, Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing gave him a mysterious and slightly smug look. As soon as the oil boiled, the onions, ginger, garlic, and chili flew out. Chilla, in an instant the aroma spread and Wu Shuang's eyes lit up. She had already felt hungry before the meat was in the pot, which was something she had never experienced before. Even Wang Beichen had never felt such a wonderful taste. When the crab meat, dragon slices, lobster meat, and fish face meat were put into the pot made a bubbling sound. And then Han Fei casually squeezed out the dao patterns, which wandered on the tender meat in the pot. This was a new cooking technique that Han Fei had figured out. He directly coated the ingredients evenly with the broth. In this way, the broth was just right, and the taste was just right. As he chewed, his lips and teeth could taste the flavor of the ingredients. The taste of the hot pot made this way was several times better than the previous hot pot. Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen had never seen such a dazzling array when cooking. Although it was strange, this Han Fei seemed to be a very particular person. Hot pot and barbecue were ready in a moment. Han Fei took out the wine gourd and forged 5 delicate glasses. He gently poured the wine, and the fragrance of the wine filled the room. The taste of the Enlightenment wine was equally extraordinary. After the cups were distributed to everyone, Han Fei said with a smile, "Thank you for your help just now. Brother North Star, your path of the sword is truly amazing. I've seen a few powerful sword cultivators in the past, but there are only 2 who have such a path." Wang Beichen looked at Han Fei. "Oh, who is it?" Sword cultivators had always been persistent about sword Dao. He recognized Han Fei's strength, so he made friends with Han Fei, and he trusted Han Fei's judgment. With Han Fei's strength, he had to believe it. Wu Shuang was also quite curious. Wang Beichen was a peerless heavenly talent of the Eastern Sword Pavilion. How many people could compare with him in sword Dao? Han Fei smiled faintly. Speaking of which, they are actually not very strong. One of them is called Tango, who is only in the Pioneer Sea realm. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is now. The other is called Wang Yijian, who has just entered the Sky Opening Realm. His sword Dao is so amazing that no one in the same realm can defeat him. This person is really a genius in sword Dao. Wang Beichen couldn't help but say Wang Yijian. He is a heavenly talent who was just accepted by the Eastern Sword Pavilion 100 years ago. This person's sword Dao is really powerful and rare. If he weren't in seclusion, he would have a place in this 10,000-year competition. Oh, really? He went to the Eastern Sword Pavilion? Han Fei didn't expect Wang Beichen to know Wang Yijian, but at least he got news of an old friend from him, which made him feel relieved. It seemed that Senior Sword God and Wang Yijian were doing well. I've known him for more than 500 years. He once said that he would go to the Eastern Sword Pavilion. I didn't expect that he would really go there. Seeing that Han Fei and Wang Yijian knew each other, Wang Beichen felt a little closer. After saying that, Han Fei looked at Wu Shuang and smiled. Miss Wu Shuang, speaking of which, when I met Wang Yijian and the others, one of them said that he envied the Terror City. That person's name is Kongshin. It's a pity that he split open the sky a long time ago, so he shouldn't be too well known. As expected, Wu Shuang shook his head slightly. He did not know this person. Han Fei's guess was right. Unparalleled talent was unparalleled, and Kongshin had been a heavenly talent for tens of thousands of years. He was definitely not a heavenly talent, but his strength must have improved further, and now he should also be on the path of star condensation. After laughing, Han Fei said, "I can understand why Brother Beichen took action. I've also dabbled in swordsmanship a little. However, I didn't expect Miss Wu Shuang to make a move." Wu Shuang smiled faintly and said, "The heavenly race has been dominating for a long time. and they are always at odds with our terror city. Since ancient times, our two sides have never been on good terms. Therefore, it was only natural for me to make a move. May I know who you are, fellow Taoist Han Fei? 5 months ago, the news of your battle against the heavenly race has been spread on the crossing. Huh. Seeing that Han Fei was a little surprised, Wu Shuang said softly, "The crossing moves slowly, but there are always people coming and going. Your name, Han Fei, has already spread on the crossing." Feng Xingliu's eyes immediately lit up. "What about me? What about me?" Wu Shuang narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Feng Xingliu, you've become famous. You call yourself the heavenly talent of the South Sea Divine Prefecture, but you call yourself the heavenly talent of the East Sea Divine Prefecture. Everyone wants to see a winner between you." Feng Xingliu slightly raised his head and couldn't help but sneer. "Of course it's me. I'm just a heavenly race. I don't deserve to be in the spotlight." Han Fei and Feng Qingqing chose to ignore Feng Xingliu's words at the same time. "Have you forgotten who hit you? You were almost blown to pieces by the enemy, and you still have the face to brag?" Han Fei said, "Let's eat. Let's talk while we eat." Unable to resist Han Fei's enthusiasm, Wu Shuang and Wang Beiqin were also a little curious about the hot pot and barbecue. After the first bite, Wu Shuang's smiling face was immediately filled with shock. Although she soon returned to normal, she soon picked up a garlic prawn. Han Fei couldn't help but secretly look at Wu Shuang, only to be slightly disappointed. It seemed that she didn't know it, and it was the first time in her life that she had tasted it. Wang Beiqin's expression was much simpler after a bite of the hot pot. He was only stunned for a moment and then stopped eating. Han Fei asked, "Brother Beiqin, why don't you eat? Is it not to your taste?" Wang Beiqin shook his head and said simply, "It's too delicious. I'm easily distracted." Han Fei was speechless. Are all sword cultivators like this? It shouldn't be. Some sword cultivators are not. Maybe it's because heavenly talents like Wang Beiqin are too harsh on themselves. During the meal, Wu Shuang asked tentatively, "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, you challenged the heavenly race. May I know which force you are from?" Han Fei asked, "Would you believe me if I said I'm an independent cultivator?" Wu Shuang nodded. "It's best if you are an independent cultivator. Our city of terror welcomes talents like Brother Han. Brother Han, if you come, we can offer you ultra-quality divine weapons and supreme divine techniques." Han Fei laughed. "I'm used to being undisciplined. I can go and have some fun when I'm free. By the way, Ms. Wu Shuang seems to have reached the late stage of the star transformation realm, right?" Wu Shuang nodded slightly. "Although I'm at the late stage of the star transformation realm, it's still not stable yet." Han Fei thought to himself, if Wu Shuang is Xia Shaochan, her growth is 2F* king fast. How many years has it been? She's already at the late stage of the star transformation realm. Besides, if she is Xia Shaochan, it's impossible that I don't know because the yin-yang pendants that I gave to Xia Shaochan didn't respond. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But in case she didn't wear the yin-yang pendants, Han Fei inadvertently revealed the yin-yang pendants on his waist. Wu Shuang and Wang Beiqin definitely recognized that it was a divine weapon, but they didn't show any reaction. However, they didn't have any reaction. They were probably thinking to themselves, "How dare you call yourself a rogue cultivator?" Confirming that Wu Shuang wasn't Xia Shaochan, Han Fei lost interest. After eating and drinking, after Wu Shuang and Wang Beiqin left, Han Fei and Wang Beiqin agreed to exchange swordsmanship. At this moment, Feng Xingliu was still waving at Wu Shuang with a smile. Feng Qingqing asked, "Brother Han Fei, are they really suitable to be friends with?" Han Fei smiled casually. "Wang Beiqin's purpose is very simple. He wants to exchange swordsmanship with me. It must be my swordsmanship that aroused his curiosity. As for Wu Shuang, it's hard to say." Feng Qingqing said, At least you owe her a favor. And Han Fei looked at Feng Qingqing. And what? Feng Qingqing added, and I've heard her name. Huh. Feng Xingliu immediately turned his head. You've heard of her too? Then why didn't you introduce her to me? Huh. Why didn't you mention her before? Feng Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and then said, Her name is indeed Wu Shuang, but she has another name, Wu Shuang the Witch. Wu Shuang the Witch? Han Fei and Feng Xingliu were both dumbfounded. She was so beautiful, so dignified, and she didn't even speak loudly. How could she be a witch? Feng Qingqing shook her head slightly, thinking to herself, men. She said, This person participated in the selection of the divine continent of the Middle Ocean not long ago. Coincidentally, just like her elder sister, she had also achieved good results. I just read some simple information about her when I was paying attention to my sister. Han Fei frowned slightly. She was at the same level as Feng Yu, and she participated in the trial of the divine continent of the Middle Ocean more than 300 years ago. It seemed that she was definitely not Xia Shaochan. Han Fei really didn't see it. Feng Yu had already reached the peak of the star transformation realm. If Wu Shuang was as excellent as Feng Yu, she must have just reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. Besides, the name Wu Shuang, the witch, didn't sound very friendly. Han Fei thought of the City of Terror again. The name didn't sound like a good place. How could such a pure, late-stage, star, transformation, realm, cultivator be born there? So Han Fei made up his mind. He could befriend Wang Beiqin, but as for Wu Shuang, even if he did, it would not be too deep. Chapter 23:13. A month later. Han Fei's life was simple this month. He rested and wandered around every day. There were a lot of good things on the crossing, and there were even divine weapons for sale. Divine weapons! They were rare even for some strong masters, but they were on sale here, which showed the wealth of the captain of the crossing. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no need for divine weapons right now. However, it wouldn't hurt if he could make some divine weapons of his own. In this month, Han Fei spent 3 days exchanging swordsmanship with Wang Beiqin. The two of them went out to have a match, but it was just a match of swordsmanship and nothing else. After reaching the late stage of the star transformation realm, he needed to pay more attention to his own understanding. Anyway, Han Fei felt that Wang Beiqin should have benefited a lot. But in fact, Han Fei himself also benefited a lot. Although he didn't embark on the path of swordsmanship, it didn't mean he didn't know how to play with swords. He was destined not to establish a sword palace anyway, so his understanding of swordsmanship could actually be applied to other major techniques. For example, Han Fei easily learned from Wang Beiqin how to make the sword Qi Sky Patrol last forever. It was because Wang Beiqin told him that swords were alive. People could breathe in and out, so could swords. Han Fei understood that as long as he could create a sword that could breathe in and out the Tao of the world, it would not only be strong, but also everlasting. That was how he got along with Wang Beiqin. They had no other topics to talk about, and Wu Shuang often came to eat hot pot. Feng Xingliu was fascinated by her, so Feng Qingqing was unhappy and cursed 1,000 times in her heart for seducing my brother. However, the woman didn't show any intentions. Han Fei only emphasized to Feng Xingliu several times that she shouldn't reveal her identity as an ancient demon god. In this regard, Feng Xingliu promised again and again that she wouldn't tell even Wu Shuang. In this way, Han Fei was relieved. Feng Xingliu had too little experience. It was time for him to experience the feeling of first love and heartbreak. Today, the 1-month period had passed. In the Infinity Mirror, the young master of the Yi family had been under Han Fei's control. He hadn't woken up yet, because every once in a while, Han Fei would deprive him of his consciousness. This person's name was Yi Chen. During this period, Han Fei had explored his mind sea, found his memories and tampered with them. For example, he was sucked in by the Mirror of Infinity, but Han Fei made it seem that he was sucked in by a gourd. He was killed by his own power. Han Fei shaped him into a gourd. There were monstrous waves in the gourd, which were like cages and swords, cutting him up. But Han Fei didn't hide the god-sealing spear. As the saying went, truth and falsehood were intertwined. Anyway, Han Fei didn't believe that his tampering would be discovered, because in the eyes of the heavenly race, there was no need for Han Fei to tamper with this part of the memory. Besides, Han Fei had already shown the green thunder wine gourd in the god's ruins. However, he had never used the infinity mirror. It was a killing move, and he would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Because he was careful, Yi Chun was the only one who had seen the mirror of infinity. Then he learned about the Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror and the secret behind it through Feng Xinglu. On this day, Han Fei was resting on the deck of the crossing, holding a fishing rod and fishing. In fact, there were many people fishing like Han Fei, but definitely not as many as on the dragon boat in the chaotic sea. Because in this wilderness, any creature above the level of explorer would not easily take the bait. Han Fei's fishing skills had changed. He could throw out the fishing hook, mimicking a spirit treasure, and fish for rare sea monsters. At this moment, Han Fei fished up a sea cucumber that looked like it was emitting a blue light. But at this moment, 3 people appeared next to Han Fei. The leader was a woman. She was tall and had a very oppressive temperament. Her strength was at least at the peak. For a moment, Han Fei thought this woman was a venerable emperor. Han Fei put the sea cucumber into the sea of origin, flipped his hand, and put away the fishing rod. He leaned against the railing with a faint smile on his face. "You're here. I thought the heavenly race didn't care about a peak star condensation cultivator. I almost wanted to kill you." The woman glanced at Han Fei indifferently. "You are indeed bold. It seems that you are indeed not afraid of the heavenly race. Today this game is good. At least you gave us a chance to hunt you." Han Fei shrugged. "Do you think I'm scared? Let's go. As long as you bring enough resources, I'll be happy to let you go. You see, I don't like killing people if I can solve the problem with money." The woman couldn't help but frown when she saw Han Fei's unusual calmness. This man was not afraid of her at all. He was even full of disdain. The emotion in his eyes couldn't be a lie. However, she didn't understand why Han Fei looked down on her so much. When he returned to his room, Feng Xingliu, Feng Qingqing, and Wu Shuang were all there. Seeing Wu Shuang, Han Fei felt that this girl must have sent something. Was she here to join in the fun? Han Fei greeted her. "Miss Wu Shuang, good morning." Wu Shuang smiled faintly. "You went fishing in the morning. I told Qingqing and Xingliu the story of the City of Terror for a while." Han Fei said, "That's troublesome." Han Fei took out the green thunder liquor gourd and said with a smile, "Oh, right, I forgot to ask. What's your name?" The powerful woman said indifferently, "Yi Kai. I believe that you will remember this name in the end." Han Fei chuckled. "Really? You must think your name is really good." Yi Kai snorted. "Cut the crap. Where is he?" Han Fei waved the gourd in his hand and said here, "Where are the resources? I have to check them first." Although Han Fei didn't think they would fight on the crossing, what if the heavenly race didn't care about martial arts? One of the 3 people who came this time was at the peak of the star transformation realm. If they really used their full strength, he might not be able to capture Yi Chun as soon as possible. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Everybody couldn't help but look at the door, only to hear someone say, "Mr. Han Fei, large-scale transactions are not allowed on the traversal. Once the transaction value exceeds 100,000 kilometers, the crossing will have to collect taxes." Han Fei said, "Come in." On the crossing, a powerhouse at the peak of the star transformation realm walked in with a smile, followed by 2 powerhouses who had just reached the star transformation realm. Han Fei said, "Fellow Taoist, how much is the tax on the crossing?" The man smiled. "It's not expensive, just 5 points. The crossing guarantees that the transaction will be absolutely fair. Han Fei thought to himself, I risked my life to hunt down a peak star transformation realm cultivator, and now I have to hand over 5% of the resources. However, why do I feel that the crossing is helping me? Because Han Fei couldn't guarantee the success of this transaction, but the South Arch could. Although he had been on the crossing for a month and hadn't seen the South Arch, could it be that the South Arch was really extorting rich people like the rumors said? Han Fei didn't hesitate for half a second and nodded happily. Thank you. Yi Kai frowned slightly but didn't care too much. She looked at Han Fei. The 2 million kilometers of resources you want is too much. You should know how much more resources you asked for last time, right? Han Fei shrugged. I know, but how can those small fries compare to a peak star transformation realm cultivator, a powerhouse on the verge of the Tao confirming realm? Are they not even worth 2 million kilometers of resources? Yi Kai said, you should know that it's better to quit while you're ahead, so that there will at least be a little room for negotiation. Han Fei sneered. What negotiation? I just don't like the Heavenly Clan. Next time I see you, I will still rob you. Why should I negotiate with you? Yi Kai asked, are you really not afraid of death? I'm not bluffing. I won't die even if you die. Yi Kai said indifferently, 1 million kilometers is the limit of the Heavenly Clan. Han Fei grinned. Haha, if you really want to give me 1 million kilometers, I don't mind. How about this? I will destroy 50% of his soul, cut his lifespan by half, and then give him to you. After all, it's an equivalent exchange. If you want a discount, then I have to give you a discount too, right? You should know that I can do it. Han Fei, behind Yi Kai, a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, was about to get angry, but was stopped by a gesture from Yi Kai. Then Yi Kai said, I'm very curious. Which force are you from? Do you dare to tell me? Han Fei said, that's a secret. If you want to know, give me another 1 million kilometers of resources. I will definitely tell you and prove it to you. Hearing this, Feng Xingliu immediately said, Hey, Han Fei, this is not appropriate. I can't tell you. Han Fei turned his head and looked at Feng Xingliu. Don't worry. In this day and age, there are no resources that can't be exchanged. As long as this woman can afford the resources, I can tell her the secret. Feng Xingliu really thought that Han Fei would say that he was from the ancient demon god clan. But in the eyes of others, it was clearly a collusion between the two of them. Yi Kai snorted. I hope you won't reveal it in the entire 10,000 years competition. Otherwise, the Heavenly Clan will eventually find out. Han Fei chuckled. Cut the crap. Give me the resources. With that said, Han Fei walked to the side of the late-stage crossing and said, Since the crossing has come forward, I'll bring out the person first. Then Han Fei shook the green thunder wine pot, and with a burst of wine fragrance, Yi Chen was released. His battle suit was corroded, but he was still intact without any injury. Han Fei tilted his head. Resources. Yi Kai said, Wake him up. Han Fei chuckled. After he wakes up, he will run away. What if you don't admit it? Give me the resources first. Yi Kai clenched his fists and casually tossed out 6 small worlds. Han Fei caught them and scanned them with his perception. Quickly determining the amount of resources, he grinned. That's right. The Heavenly Clan is rich and powerful. Do you think they need this? Pa! With a snap of his fingers, Yi Chen suddenly woke up and looked around vigilantly. When he saw the environment, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Han Fei was here. Why was Yi Kai here too? What was this place? In his mind, memories surged. He was sucked into a calabash. Then he was hit by a terrifying wave from the calabash and lost consciousness. At this moment, Yi Chen was still missing a head. In the blink of an eye, his head grew back, and he said coldly, Yi Kai, why are you here? Yi Kai glanced at Yi Chen indifferently. Because of you, the family paid 2 million kilometers of resources. You were captured. Yi Chen was dumbfounded and froze on the spot. There was only one sentence echoing in his mind. You were captured. Chapter 23:14. As a cultivator at the peak of the star transformation realm, how could he accept the fact that he was captured by a cultivator who hadn't turned into a star yet? Ichin wanted to be furious, but the reality was that this was the ship of the South Arch, the strongest cultivator of the divine land of the East Sea. Therefore, the cultivator of the heavenly clan once again left in disgrace. This time, even Wu Shuang was amazed by Han Fei's robbery. 2 million kilometers of resources. She dared say that 60% to 70% of the emperors in this world had never seen so many resources in their lives. But Han Fei took them from the heavenly clan so easily. At this moment, Wu Shuang felt that Han Fei killing a cultivator at the peak of the star transformation realm of the heavenly clan was of great significance. That was to show that he dared to kill the people of the heavenly clan. If you want to protect them, then give me money. After the tax collectors left, Wu Shuang said, Fellow cultivator Han Fei, you have to be careful. No matter what you see now, the heavenly clan will only be stronger than now. Among the younger generation, the strongest have reached the edge of the Tao-proving realm and have many divine skills. Besides, there are many small forces attached to the heavenly clan. You have to be careful in this competition. Han Fei smiled slightly. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Wu Shuang. 1 million kilometers of resources. Even if 5 points were divided, there were still nearly 200,000 kilometers of resources. But Han Fei didn't care. Anyway, the resources he got this time were enough for him to turn into a star. After all, the crossing sheltered him, so it was natural to pay a certain protection fee. The strong had the right to speak. No matter how much the crossing could earn a day, it was because it had a venerable emperor. In the future, he would be able to own a ship like the Traverser and travel the 4 seas. Just by relying on its fame, he would be able to earn countless resources. That would be great. At this moment, Han Fei continued to expand his sea of origin. He didn't need to wait for a long time. After a few months, he would know when he would turn into a star. 2 months, and 3 days later, Legend Tavern. This was one of the many taverns on the crossing. One of the characteristics of these taverns was that they collected a lot of stories here, including the North, South, East, West, and the 4 divine lands. Besides, these stories were only told as anecdotes to attract people to drink. Because the wine here was very expensive, and they had to pay by the hour, many people came to drink every day just to listen to these stories. Take Feng Xingliu, for example. Ever since he found out that there was such a godly place on the ship, he came here every day, wishing that he could stay in the tavern 24 hours a day. Most importantly, this fellow also knew how to tip people. As long as someone spoke well, he would give them a pile of resources. This made many people sigh in admiration. This was simply inhumane. Because of this, the Rumor Tavern had specially set up a private room for Feng Xingliu, and as a long-term customer, the drinks were 20% off. Originally, Han Fei wasn't very interested in these things, but after hearing some rumors about the Emperor Sparrow, he fell in love with this place. So, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu went to the tavern every day. Occasionally, there would be people dropping by, and they could even have a chat. On this day, the private room was filled with drinks, and the barbecue was served. Feng Xingliu, Han Fei, Feng Qingqing, Wu Shuang, and Han Fei even dragged Wang Beiqin over for a small gathering. The storyteller said, Today, instead of those insignificant stories, let's talk about the grand competition of 10,000 years and the experts from all over the world. The old man who spoke casually looked at the private room that Han Fei was in. Then he said, The grand competition of 100,000 years is a grand event that happens every 100,000 years. Last time, heroes gathered in the grand competition, and the South Emperor of the Crossing rose 100,000 years ago. Last time, the gods were still there, and the gods personally selected talents from all over the world. But that was a long time ago. According to my information, today I'll talk about some famous experts. Okay, Oldly, take your time. If you do well, I won't leave today. The old man laughed. The grand competition of 100,000 years involves the heaven-opening realm, the sea expansion realm, and the venerable realm. Of course, there are no venerable realms. There are sea expansion realms every 10,000 years, but we won't talk about them. As for the heaven-opening realm, all the experts on the heaven, earth, and divine role will participate. A rogue cultivator said, "Why? Will there be experts on the divine role this time?" Hey, I'm not sure, but there are still experts on the heaven roll. Someone sighed. The heaven roll is amazing. TSK, it seems that there will be a lot of competition this time. Someone said, "Wait, what are the heaven, earth, and divine roles? Why haven't I heard of them?" Almost half of the people in the tavern didn't know, including Han Fei. The old storyteller chuckled. Then let's talk about the heaven, earth, and divine roles first. Most people only know that there are 3 major roles in this world, which record the heavenly talents of the 5 divine provinces of the sea realm. But they don't know that the heaven, earth, and divine roles are different. The old man said, "In the whole world, only the divine province of the Middle Sea has 10 experts on the divine role. Among the 10, if someone proves the Tao, there will be a successor to fill the position, maintaining the same number of 10. There are 800 people on the heaven roll and 3,000 on the earth roll. But except for the Middle Sea divine province, the other 4 divine provinces all have heaven and earth rolls. Therefore, the heaven and earth rolls are different. The divine continent of Zhonghai updated the true heaven roll and the true earth roll every 1,000 years. So, we now know that there are 3,200 people on the heaven roll, or even more, because the heavenly talents of the Middle Sea divine province are not included. The same is true for the earth roll." Someone exclaimed, "Even those who can be listed on the earth roll are extraordinary experts, right? Even if it's a fake roll, there are more than 10,000 experts in the sea realm. The sea realm is so big that it's impossible to be listed in the top 10,000. The old storyteller chuckled and said, "Yeah, right? But don't be shocked by the heaven and earth roll. Because many people keep a low profile, they're not included in the heaven and earth roll. The replacement of the heaven and earth roll is usually due to the lack of people on the heaven and earth roll. Sometimes it's hard to find out. However, those who haven't shown up for more than 1,000 years will be kicked out of the heaven and earth roll and replaced by someone else." Someone laughed and said, "Oldly, we already know about the heaven, earth, and divine roles. Just tell us who is here this time." "Yeah, Oldly, don't always teach the newbies. An hour is precious in this tavern." The old man laughed and said, All right. Then let's talk about some of the experts on the heaven roll that I know." Then the old man took a big gulp of liquor and said, How can the heaven roll be separated from the divine clans, factions, and main cities of the 4 divine provinces? This time, I am ranked 39th, first place. Everyone should have heard of the heroic deeds of the divine clan's disciples recently. Oldly, don't be so long-winded." The old man snorted and said, 300 years ago, in the divine continent of the Middle Ocean, geniuses fought for supremacy. The strongest of the younger generation, Miss Fengyu, was ranked first on the heaven roll. This time, she is also a participant of the divine continent of the East Ocean's 10,000-year competition. Hiss! First on the heaven roll? Damn, does it have to be so explosive? How are we going to fight? We might as well just let her win. The old man said, "Hey, you can't say that. The 10,000-year competition is not as simple as fighting. Don't be so narrow-minded." In the private room, Feng Xingliu's face darkened and Feng Qingqing smiled. Han Fei, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. The first place on the heaven roll was decided by the divine continent of the Middle Ocean. Even if the other divine continents also had the first place on the heaven roll, they probably couldn't compete with Fengyu. Because Han Fei knew that she had reached the peak and was only 1 step away from becoming a Taoist. Wu Shuang said, "Fengyu is indeed powerful. She won the first place with her own strength. The first place on the heaven roll of the sea realm is almost certain. Feng Xingliu snorted. The first place on the heaven roll? Han Fei patted him on the shoulder. I can tell that you can enter the divine roll. The first place on the heaven roll is nothing. Feng Xingliu was a bit embarrassed and said, The divine roll? That's 10th place at most. Feng Qingqing and Wu Shuang rolled their eyes secretly. Just a few words of praise, and you're already flying away. Why don't you take a look at your own qualifications? Divine list? The old man rattled on as he recounted Feng Yu's battle achievements in Zhonghai's divine land. Then, Han Fei got to know Feng Yu a little better. As the old man continued to speak, he mentioned more than a dozen names before finally mentioning Wu Shuang. He said, Hey guys, do you know that the 36th place on the heaven roll, Wu Shuang from the City of Terror, is on our ship? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Wu Shuang, who didn't seem to care about the title of Wu Shuang. She just smiled. That doesn't sound good. The old man said, Wu Shuang is good at hunting and has the Wind God fan, an ultra-quality divine weapon. She is also a Grandmaster of Arrays and the creator of the Demon God Seal. Han Fei immediately turned around and looked at Wu Shuang. Feng Xingliu also looked at Wu Shuang in shock. But Wu Shuang was a bit shy and pursed her lips with 2 dimples. Han Fei found that the old man seemed to know a lot. Han Fei was about to continue listening when he suddenly had an idea. An inexplicable feeling came to his mind. A thought came to his mind. Should I turn into a star? Immediately, Han Fei thought for a moment and flicked his finger, throwing out a star shell. Reward. The old man was overjoyed to receive Han Fei's reward. Thank you, sir. But then a voice appeared in his heart. Give me the information later. I'll buy it. Feng Xingliu was surprised. Brother, this is the first time you've given a reward. Han Fei said with a smile, I learned it from you. Well, listen to me. I suddenly had an epiphany and need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. I'm going back to my room. A moment later, when Han Fei entered his origin sea, his heart skipped a beat. At this time, the origin sea had been developing for exactly 810,000 years. Han Fei seemed to have expected that. He put on a smile. Finally, I'm going to turn into a star. Chapter 23:15. Ever since he inquired about Feng Qingqing's theory, Han Fei had a feeling that his star conversion was not simple. However, he didn't expect that it would be 810,000 kilometers, because the star conversion could happen at any time, and the best time he felt was the best time to do it. Perhaps the star conversion was the best time of the best. But if someone clearly felt that he was going to convert to a star when he was 800,000 kilometers away, but he insisted on converting to a star with 810,000 kilometers, the result might not be better than converting to a star with 800,000 kilometers. Because you didn't have the destiny to reach 810,000 kilometers. You just forcibly converted to a star with 810,000 kilometers. This kind of forced behavior would cause a certain cause and effect, so it was not necessarily suitable. Coincidentally, Han Fei was exactly 810,000 kilometers away from the center. Besides, Feng Qingqing said that it was 1 in a million to convert to a star with 810,000 kilometers, and now it was only heard of in legends. Could it be that he was the 1 in a million chosen by the heavens, the son of destiny? However, Han Fei wasn't surprised. He immediately thought of the demon purification pot, because his origin sea, after all, was the fusion of the origin sea and forged the universe. For a treasure like the demon purification pot, even if you asked it to expand to 640,000 kilometers, it had to agree. Most of the time, he couldn't make the decision for the demon purification pot. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he had benefited from the demon purification pot. But no matter what, he had turned into a star with a distance of 810,000 li. This was like a little cow standing on its head. At this moment, Han Fei immediately stopped the star conversion. He had seen the process of star conversion from the star bead of the blood fiends, and he learned that he could actually control the star conversion. Although his entire origin, C, covered an area of 810,000 kilometers. This was only a flat surface, so the resources he got now were only a flat surface. However, the star conversion was to turn this flat surface into a planet. In terms of surface area resources alone, Han Fei's body was not enough to cover the surface of the planet, let alone in terms of volume. However, to create a star, it shouldn't be necessary to cover the entire planet, right? If he only needed to cover the entire planet, did he still need to count the volume? If he counted the volume, then it was over. Han Fei felt that he would have to destroy the entire heavenly clan to barely meet his demand for resources. Therefore, star conversion couldn't be that complicated. Otherwise, why would so many people do it? Otherwise, if he really needed so many resources to transform into a star, then how strong would he be after transforming into a star? There was no reason for him to be able to surpass realms and kill enemies. Therefore, Han Fei suddenly felt that the so-called star conversion was only the first step of the heavenly opening state. It should be the preliminary star conversion, turning the source C into source stars and giving birth to star beads, should be the most basic star conversion. However, transforming into a star wasn't that simple. If it was an ordinary star, it wouldn't require so many resources. Therefore, the amount of resources one had was greatly related to one's potential. This was because cultivation was to walk on the path of becoming God. You couldn't just transform into an ordinary star. It was indeed said that the star transformation and the star path were closely linked. In theory, the first step was star conversion, the second was star path, and the third was soul enlightenment. The war god's message to him was to first form the star, then form the earth veins, form the star nucleus, inject life force into it, and then refine his body. This was more like a part of the star path, which was to fuse the source C with his body. According to what he thought, if the order changed, the first step should be soul enlightenment, the second step should be star conversion, and the third step should be star path. The end of the star path should be the completion of the star conversion. Han Fei didn't know if his guess was right, but there was nothing wrong with transforming into a star now. So, with a thought from Han Fei, the mountains, rivers, and earth began to distort, and part of the source sea that was originally flat began to rise. According to the method of star conversion that he knew, this process might last for a while. 3 days later in the outside world, 2 years later in the source sea, Han Fei clearly felt that the speed of transforming into a star began to accelerate because a hemispherical shape had begun to appear. A massive amount of resources melted in the source sea, crossed the boundless black mist, and continued to expand outward. From this moment on, it marked the official beginning of the star conversion. 3 days later, Han Fei came out of the source sea. In these 3 days, he found some problems. The energy consumption of the star conversion was increasing, and the resource consumption was a little more than he expected. So he had to come out and ask. After coming out, Han Fei went straight to the Legend Tavern. Sure enough, Feng Xingliu was listening to the story here. Seeing Han Fei, Feng Xingliu immediately greeted him. Hey, you're out of seclusion? Come and listen. It's about the miracle forest of the South Sea Divine Land. It's said that 100 years ago, a holy lady of the spirit race was born. My family is in the South Sea Divine Land. It's said that there hasn't been a holy lady in the miracle forest for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect to hear the news of the birth of a holy lady here. Han Fei was not in the mood to listen to this. He immediately stomped his foot and set up a soundproof array. Immediately, Feng Xingliu hurriedly said, Hey, don't. I'm having a good time. Han Fei said, You can spend some money to hire me to tell you the story in person. Now I have some questions to ask you. Feng Xingliu said helplessly, Okay, I feel that you've been weird these days. What's wrong with you? Han Fei asked, let me ask you something. After you start to transform into a star, do you only need to consume resources in the process? Do you want to save something else? Feng Xingliu said, well, theoretically, yes, because the amount of resources in the entire celestial body will not be very large. So, hey, wait, you've turned into a star? Wait, you just said a year ago that your origin, see, was only 400,000 kilometers long. How come you've suddenly turned into a star? How can it be so fast? Feng Xingliu was shocked. Although he knew that Han Fei's origin, C, would be developed faster with enough resources, he didn't expect it to be so fast. But in 10 years, if you say you're going to transform into a star, I can accept it. But it's only been a year, and you're saying you're going to transform into a star? What kind of speed is that? Han Fei hurriedly stopped him. Have you forgotten that I'm a clone? I'm different from others. My origin C is much faster. Wow. Feng Xingliu was shocked. Is this the son of God? He's so strong. The speed of developing the origin C is 10 times faster than mine. No wonder those people want to hunt the ancient demon gods. So it's for this. Feng Xingliu made up his mind. He must not let others know about this, lest his good brother be harmed. Immediately, Feng Xingliu asked, well, have you started? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Feng Xingliu asked curiously, how big is it? Han Fei answered without hesitation, 490,000 kilometers. Feng Xingliu grinned. Sure enough, I'm a genius. Even though I'm the son of God, I'm only 490,000 kilometers away. It's only 490,000ly star, exactly the same as me. It seems like my potential is still very big. Han Fei asked, so, what should I pay attention to at the beginning? Feng Xingliu thought for a moment and said, theoretically, in the early stage of the star transformation, you only need to form a natal star. You have enough resources to form a natal star city, so it doesn't matter. But Han Fei frowned. But what? Feng Xingliu said, at that time, if possible, it would be best to find a way to get an astral core. Devouring that astral core could nourish the source star and help it gather energy. The stronger the astral core, the better. Also, if there's a world origin, it'll be even better. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you use it after the star transformation. It's just a matter of sequence. If you have it before, the origin star will be more stable. If you look for it later, you'll need to spend some time consolidating the origin star. Han Fei's heart sank. As soon as he heard Feng Xingliu say that the origin star was unstable, he knew that if it could be stabilized before, who would want to stabilize the origin star later? Immediately, Han Fei asked, wait a moment. I know what the world origin is, but what is a star core? Feng Xingliu explained, it's the core of someone else's origin star, or the core of a natural star. However, the energy contained in the core of a natural star was much weaker. You should know that when transforming into a star, if you want to transform from a flat surface into a sphere, the inside of the natal star is not empty. It also needs to squirm and find the most suitable state for itself. At this time, such a huge amount of energy needs to be mobilized. Even if you don't use energy now, after the star transformation, you'll still need energy to sort out the inside of the origin star. Sort. Feng Xingliu nodded. Yes, that's the process of sorting out. However, this sorting needs the support of a huge amount of energy. The best energy is the star core. The energy contained in a star core is beyond imagination. Han Fei suddenly had an idea. Well, the heavenly race powerhouse I killed. Can I directly dig out his star core? Feng Xingliu said in surprise. Can you find out where his origin star is? It's different from those who haven't opened the sky. Those who haven't opened the sky may also have their origin star fall into the sea realm after they die. We can even land on it and plunder the resources of their origin sea. But once they split open the sky, even if they died, their natal star would still be connected to the sea realm, but they would not appear in the sea realm. That was because it was an independent star. You could only go through a specific void node to reach their natal star. When I turned into an origin star, it was my uncle, a venerable emperor, who dug out a star core for me. Han Fei raised his eyelids. She's still telling me this now. Han Fei didn't care and said, so after he dies, his origin star is still alive. Feng Xingliu nodded. Yes, it's said that as long as the origin star is still alive, even if this person's body dissipates and his soul is destroyed, he will be reborn in the future. And after he turns into an origin star again, he can find the origin star that he lost in the past. Of course, this is just a legend. In fact, in the star ocean, when people die, their origin star will most likely be swallowed by star ocean behemoths. At that time, they will really die. Han Fei. It wasn't the first time that Han Fei had heard this, and he even had guesses himself. However, even in Feng Xingliu's family environment, this was just a legend, and legends were not to be believed. Han Fei nodded. Got it. Keep listening. I'm leaving. Chapter 23:16. As soon as Han Fei came out, he returned to the origin sea a moment later. But immediately he crossed the galaxy swamp and appeared above the galaxy sea. In his hand he was carrying a broken body. Han Fei originally planned to sacrifice this late-stage star transformation heavenly race powerhouse to the god of war. But fortunately he was not in a hurry to use the power of the god of war seal. So he didn't rush to sacrifice it. He didn't expect it would come in handy now. Han Fei held the nautical panorama in his hand, and as the needle turned, Han Fei took a soul from the broken body and opened his origin sea. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei quickly crawled in. Han Fei had entered other people's origin sea more than once or twice, and he didn't feel anything wrong before. But now that he thought about it carefully, if the origin sea of a heaven-opening state expert was a huge planet, then wouldn't it be equivalent to crossing a long distance in the galaxy sea and instantly appearing in someone else's origin sea? Therefore, the so-called connection between a cultivator and the origin sea was actually equivalent to a miniature wormhole. With such a gentle drilling, he had crossed billions of miles of galaxies. In the origin sea of the heavenly clan expert. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he felt that there were several kinds of great paths here, trying to suppress him. Han Fei felt that the demon purification pot was about to come out, but this time, Han Fei hurriedly said, Master Calabash, this person is dead. I'll do it myself this time. Sure enough, the demon purification pot didn't continue to drill out from between Han Fei's eyebrows. Han Fei sensed that this origin sea world was quite repulsive to him. He didn't know if it was because he killed the master of this origin sea, so this world was trying to suppress him. Unfortunately, the ownerless power of great paths couldn't suppress Han Fei, except for restricting Han Fei's soul from fully exploring the origin sea. Whoosh! Han Fei smiled slightly. This was the first time he had strolled so leisurely in someone else's origin sea. In the past, he came and went quickly, basically relying on the demon purification pot's absorption. Now he didn't rely on the demon purification pot, so he felt it the most real. This huge planet was full of vitality. As far as Han Fei could see, this planet was a world with a good environment. Raising his head, he could even see the blazing sun. Did this guy create his own galaxy? In his perception, there were several places in his origin sea that seemed to have been pierced by some kind of power. Could it be that he had done something to his origin sea during their battle? Han Fei smiled and didn't care. Because this person had died unjustly, most of his power had been dispersed to his doppelgangers, and then his main body's consciousness had been directly stolen, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Therefore, he had never used the power of the star source. No matter what, this person was at the late stage of the star transformation realm and had a much better understanding of the star transformation realm than him. Han Fei walked and stopped, trying to remember. The man's natal star had a unique backflow of earth veins. After traveling for more than 100,000 kilometers, Han Fei found more than 3,200 main earth veins, hundreds of thousands of branch earth veins, and tens of millions of undetectable, insignificant branch earth veins. After passing through 800 meridians, it led to the depths of the star. This is the earth vein shaping technique. After transforming into a star, the heaven opening stage would all know how to shape and sort out their own earth veins. It's a pity that this kind of shaped earth vein is part of the body of the star. It's too difficult to dig it out and turn it into my own. However, the star core should have gathered most of the vitality and power of this star. If I dig it out, it'll be equivalent to gaining most of his power. Han Fei thought of something and came to a place where the earth vein converged in a few steps. After a while, Han Fei had already appeared very deep underground. In theory, if there was a star core, then it should be the Earth's core, which was the core of the star. Following the earth vein to the deepest part, the main earth vein began to converge. Further down, Han Fei found a path in some ancient cracks, where the power of the Great Path was bursting out from the inside. This power of the Great Path was repelling Han Fei, but it was just repelling. It couldn't resist Han Fei's power. But the annoying thing was that these repulsive forces would greatly limit his perception range. And the closer he went to the star core, the stronger this repulsive force was, and the smaller his perception range was. But after all, this was just an ownerless origin sea, so Han Fei naturally wasn't worried. After a while, Han Fei felt a terrifyingly high temperature, so high that Han Fei felt he would be burned. There was also a huge amount of energy that swarmed towards the 3 twisted pillars. The so-called star core was much smaller than he had imagined. Han Fei saw that it was only less than 500 kilometers away. However, as soon as he glanced over, his body suddenly stiffened, because he saw an incredible scene. The huge amount of energy swarmed towards the 3 twisted pillars. He didn't care at first. However, data appeared in Han Fei's eyes, and a strange creature that he had only heard of appeared. Name: three-headed dragon snake, star ocean behemoth. Introduction: the three-headed dragon snake is a relatively rare star ocean behemoth that lives in the star ocean. It is a strange beast that is born by finding ownerless stars and absorbing the power of the stars. By devouring the power of the stars to strengthen its own strength, it can devour the power of the stars and embark on a unique, great path. The star ocean behemoth is good at finding and discovering stars that are compatible with itself. Level 108 quality, star ocean behemoth, realm late stage of the planetary state, great path, force field, combat skills, dragon snake soul fire, force field storm. Weird power cage, collectible behemoth's heart, behemoth crystal core, three-headed dragon teeth, absorbable. Remarks: the three-headed dragon snake is about to advance to the star level. Be careful. Wow, a star ocean behemoth. Han Fei's eyes widened. Although he had long known that there were star ocean behemoths in the star ocean, he never thought that he would encounter one in this situation. Besides, what level was the planetary level? What was the star level? Fortunately, the information said that he was also at level 108, which was equivalent to the late stage of the star transformation realm. But he should still be one step away from the late stage of the star transformation realm. Han Fei didn't expect that the enemy's origin sea that he had fought so hard to conquer would be occupied by a star ocean behemoth the first time he saw it. At this time, he remembered some traces of battle and destruction on the form's surface. It was probably the destructive blow that the three-headed dragon snake dealt to some ordinary consciousness entities in the origin sea. When Han Fei looked at the three-headed dragon snake, the 6 big eyes of the three-headed dragon snake were also staring at Han Fei, and the eyes were round, showing a dumbfounded look. The three-headed dragon snake was probably also confused. Wasn't this person already dead? Wasn't the source star already empty? Why did another person pop up now? The three-headed dragon snake's round eyeballs gradually shrank and became vertical. It was obvious that he was ready to enter battle mode. Han Fei immediately activated the Great Path, activated the God-slaying gloves, activated the God-thought beads, and enhanced by the power of the Way of Heaven. This was the first time he was fighting against a star ocean behemoth. He didn't know what the opponent's combat power would be like, so he had to be careful. The 3 dragon heads roared one after another, and the space was covered with star core flames. Swish, the 3-headed dragon snake was enraged when its giant tail swept over. It thought to itself, "Don't leave if you dare to come here." Han Fei was never weaker than anyone in terms of strength. The sacrificing punch was so terrifying that it had reached the level of the late stage of the star transformation realm. Rumble, Han Fei and the 3-headed dragon snake flew out at the same time and broke a pile of inexplicable rocks in this narrow space. I thought the star ocean behemoth was strong. I didn't expect it to be so weak. Han Fei was about to attack when he found that the gravity here was changing. But Han Fei had also mastered the Great Path of Gravity, and now it had gradually evolved into a force field. By changing the force field around him, he eliminated the power created by the 3-headed dragon snake. As the saying went, the great paths attracted each other. Maybe because of this reason, Han Fei, the heavenly race powerhouse, and the 3-headed dragon snake collided with each other. Bam! 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 At this time, the god-slaying gloves played a role, and the 3-headed dragon snake often fell into an inexplicable state of madness. As a result, the lily was crazily suppressed by Han Fei, punching and kicking. Its skin was torn and its mouth was broken and dislocated by Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know if it had gradually adapted to the god-slaying gloves, but he suddenly found that he was imprisoned by a strange force field. Still, the 3-headed dragon snake shook its head, fixed its dislocated chin, and spewed out a strange magnetic force, forming a storm. It was about to cover the imprisoned Han Fei, but the next moment it suddenly forgot how to imprison a cage. Hey, what is my great path again? The 3-headed dragon snake had never encountered this before. It was dumbfounded. Han Fei, on the other hand, launched the great path of convergence and bombarded the 3-headed dragon snake's body like raindrops. After several breaths of time, the thick-skinned 3-headed dragon snake began to emit a bluish-green flame. This flame could burn one's divine soul. Han Fei said, "Steel." The 3-headed dragon snake. Puff! After fighting for more than 300 minutes, Han Fei finally killed the 3-headed dragon snake. He happened to lack the dragon tendon of the heaven-opening state, so he accepted it. Han Fei dragged the 3-headed dragon snake with one hand, looked at the core of the star, and tore off the battle suit on his body that had been burned to the point of breaking. His physique is strong, and his divine soul power has been able to block me for so long. In the end, he even managed to erupt a bit. The power of qi and blood was shocking. Its overall strength is comparable to the late stage of the star transformation realm, and even close to the peak of the star transformation realm. Is this the power of a star behemoth? Isn't it a bit too strong? Han Fei was shocked. If it weren't for the void stealing technique, this battle might have taken 6 hours to decide the winner. And this was just a rare star behemoth in the star sea. Wasn't it one level higher than ordinary star behemoths? What if there was another legendary? Chapter 23:17. Han Fei wanted to stuff the 3-headed dragon snake directly into his origin sea, but he didn't succeed after giving it a try. Why can't I stuff it into my origin sea? Is it impossible to put these things into my origin sea in the star ocean? Han Fei couldn't help but reach out to grab the star core, but his clothes were burned by the terrifying energy of the star core. Han Fei was speechless. Having no choice, he could only condense an energy battle suit and attach it to his body. It seemed that it was time to build a divine-level battle suit for himself. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he accidentally lost his clothes in a fight. Hey, Han Fei gathered his strength and launched a golden fist mark from the Earth's core to the Earth's surface, and then straight to the sky. Let's fight. In an instant, countless fist marks burst out, and soon a super huge hole was dug out by Han Fei. When Han Fei pulled the star core with the void hand, he clearly felt that the whole planet seemed to have a tug-of-war with him. Earth veins. Han Fei thought of the god of war's words again. First create a planet, shape the earth veins, give birth to the star core, inject vitality into it, and then temper the body. It seemed that the earth veins were prepared for the star core. The star nucleus was equivalent to the human heart. Moving one part of it would affect the entire body. Figuring this out, Han Fei cut the earth veins. When the earth veins collapsed one after another, Han Fei felt that the planet seemed to be collapsing internally. Let's go. Han Fei wanted to kick the star core, which was more than 500 kilometers in diameter, away, but the star core only rolled a few times. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. This thing is so heavy. Its density has reached a terrifying level. That feeling was similar to the first time he had grabbed a pocket world. As expected of the core of a star, it is indeed extraordinary. The terrifying amount of energy gathered within it is most likely enough to supply the entire star's needs. Han Fei burst out the void hand and dragged the star core and the three-headed dragon snake to the Earth's surface slowly. The navigator continued to point, and after Han Fei forcibly tore a huge hole with the divine fist, he dragged the two of them into it. What Han Fei didn't know was that soon after he left the planet, the spiritual plants on the planet began to decay and would completely wither in a few decades. As for this star, because it had lost its star core, it was inevitable that it would perish. But Han Fei didn't have time to observe the extinction of a star. In the sea of stars, thanks to the navigation of the navigator, Han Fei dragged the star core in one hand and the three-headed dragon snake in the other, and was about to drill into his own sea of stars. Suddenly, Han Fei had a sense of crisis. He only had time to turn around, only to see a bright red palm suddenly slapping at him. "Who are you?" Feeling the terrifying pressure, Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. Steel. Han Fei hadn't seen the person yet, so he could only steal the power of this handprint. However, in the next moment, many cracks appeared on his body, and he had nowhere to vent his energy, so he condensed an energy explosion on the surface of his body. In this way, he released the stolen power. Besides, when Han Fei realized that something was wrong, the power he stole was interrupted in an instant, so he didn't steal much. Otherwise, Han Fei suspected that he would directly explode. So strong! I can't even bear a handprint. Han Fei was shocked. Was this a venerable emperor? When Han Fei came back to his senses, he saw a beautiful woman with a fan-shaped hairpin in her hair and a slim red dress, which could be worn for daily use or as a battle suit. The woman was looking Han Fei up and down, as well as the star core and the three-headed dragon snake. Han Fei asked solemnly, "Who are you?" And venerable emperor of the heavens? Han Fei was ready to call his eldest senior brother. The reason why he didn't take action was that the woman didn't have any killing intent. The woman stretched lazily and said leisurely, "Can you put on your clothes first? Do you want to keep that thing in front of me?" Han Fei looked down, blushed, and hurriedly condensed an energy battle suit to cover himself. He had no choice. His previous battle suit was burned by the star core, and he only condensed an energy battle suit. He didn't expect that he would be ambushed at the gate of his origin sea. Had this person been ambushing him for a long time? When the energy battle suit condensed, Han Fei asked again, "Who are you?" A faint smile appeared on the beautiful woman's pretty face. "You can call me South Arch, or you can also call me Aunt Nan." Shoot, Han Fei was stunned. Was this the South Arch? He had always thought that the South Arch was a man. Why was it a woman? If it was the South Arch, he guessed right. She was indeed a venerable emperor. Moreover, although everyone was on the crossrail, the distance between the stars was vast. When did she arrive? Or did she just arrive? Seeing that the South Arch didn't want to kill him, Han Fei's attitude changed drastically. He hurriedly cupped his hands. Greetings, Aunt Nan. Thank you for helping me last time. Han Fei meant that he was chased by the Heavenly Clan. Although Wu Shuang and Wang Beiqin appeared without the crossing, he would have had to ask Feng Xingliu to activate the venerable Emperor Jade Slip. The South Arch chuckled. Everyone has been wondering who you are. It turns out that you are from the barbaric ancient clan of the West Sea. Although the war god of your savage, desolate ancient race wasn't a true divine being, your bloodline still produced a divine being other than the war god. Why are you hiding it? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did the South Arch see the god of war seal on me? Since the god of war dared to ask him to find the barbaric ancient clan, the god of war seal should be an important symbol of the barbaric ancient clan. As the top independent cultivator of the East Sea Divine Prefecture, the South Arch was said to be extremely powerful. She might have been to the other 4 divine prefectures. It was not surprising that she knew this. However, Han Fei knew very little about the barbaric ancient clan. He thought for a moment and then said, Auntie Nan, this is the East Sea Divine Prefecture. What's the use of my identity as a barbaric ancient clan? Besides, with my relationship with the Phoenix God clan, the more mysterious I appear, the better it is for me, isn't it? The South Arch agreed. The powerful clans of the West Sea Divine Prefecture couldn't be high profile in the East Sea Divine Prefecture. If it was the South Sea Divine Prefecture or the North Sea Divine Prefecture, it would be better. For example, the Phoenix God clan could be arrogant in the East Sea Divine Prefecture, but the West Sea Divine Prefecture was too far away. The South Arch didn't ask any more. I was wondering why there was an anomaly in the star sea outside the crossing. You found the natal star of the Heavenly Clan and happened to encounter the star ocean behemoth. Han Fei hurriedly said, Auntie Nan, you're wise. The South Arch snorted. You're quite sweet. Fortunately, you only encountered a planetary star ocean behemoth. Otherwise, even if it advanced to the star level, you would have a hard time. Not necessarily. You seem to have some special means. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Well, sorry for the embarrassment, Auntie Nan. Han Fei wanted to run now, fearing that the South Arch would take the resources he worked so hard to get. If the South Arch wanted them, should he give them to her or not? The South Arch said, This is the first time you've encountered a star ocean behemoth, right? Han Fei nodded. This was indeed the first time. When he saw the 3-headed dragon snake, he was stunned. The beautiful woman, South Deity, said, Star Sea Beast, you have to take out his beast crystal. Only then will it be considered a true death. Otherwise, the crystal core is still in the body, and the body hasn't been completely crushed, so you naturally can't put it into the origin sea, because theoretically it's still alive. This Han Fei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that to be the case. So the star ocean behemoth could actually be put into the origin sea. Han Fei put one hand into the star ocean behemoth's body and took out the behemoth crystal core. He glanced at it and found that it was a kind of refining material, the main material for forging divine weapons. It also contained some star power, but Han Fei didn't know what star power was. Now that the South Arch was in front of him, he had no time to study it. Then, with a thought from Han Fei, the space phantom of the origin sea descended, and the star ocean behemoth was immediately taken into the origin sea. Han Fei was speechless. So this is the reason I've been dragging it for so long. Han Fei looked at the star ocean core again, only to hear the South Arch say, This person's star ocean core is in the late stage of the star transformation realm. You haven't turned into a star yet. How can you take it so casually? Even if you drag it to the entrance of your origin sea by force, you still can't put it in. You have to erase the source of great Tao in this star ocean core first and make it ownerless. Then you can smoothly put it into the origin sea. Then the South Arch shook her head slightly. Forget it. You're still not strong enough to erase the source of great Tao in the late stage of the star transformation realm. I'll help you. As she spoke, the South Arch grabbed the star ocean core, and a force field was forcibly removed. Then a terrifying power burst out in the void. It should be the South Arch erasing this person's source of great Tao. After a while, the South Arch said lightly, "Try again." Han Fei's heart moved, and the origin sea world phantom descended again. The next moment, the star ocean core was also taken in. Shoot! Han Fei suddenly felt that it was really scary to be uneducated. He didn't even know this. The South Arch suddenly said, "How did you get the inheritance of the god of war seal? You don't even know this. You're not from the savage, ancient clan, are you?" "Huh. Of course, I'm from the savage, ancient clan." The South Arch shook her head. "You're not. Otherwise, as the inheritor of the god of war seal, how could you not even know the way to collect the star ocean behemoth and the star ocean core? You are more like an independent cultivator. You know nothing about this world." Han Fei said, "Well, Auntie Nan, if I say I'm from the savage, ancient clan, would you believe me?" The South Arch said, "Really? Then you should know that with the god of war seal, you should have the god of war axe, blessed by the god of war. Where's your axe?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. My god of war axe." The South Arch said mockingly, "You're lying. Keep lying. There's only one pair of god of war axes. It's with the god of war. Why would the god of war give it to you?" "Ha! You're just an independent cultivator." Han Fei. Chapter 2318. As expected, uncultured people were truly terrifying. South Deity only needed a few words to expose my identity. Damn, I'm like a kid who can't stand the questioning at all. Han Fei was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Auntie Nan, you didn't suddenly appear here just to expose my identity, did you?" South Deity teased, "I'm not acting anymore." Han Fei suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, I'll tell you. I'm a trial taker of the Temple of Time." South Deity smiled lightly. "That's a good explanation. Forget it, I don't care who you are. Are you interested in joining the crossing? You will be protected by the crossing." Huh. Han Fei was stunned. He didn't expect such an answer. Why did South Deity want him to join the crossing? He couldn't help but look at his origin sea. Logically speaking, because of the galaxy quagmire, it was impossible to tell just how big his origin sea was right now. Furthermore, even if he had already transformed into a star, there were countless experts on the crossing, and the stars were as vast as the sea. Why would the South Emperor seek him out? Han Fei thought about it and shook his head slightly. "I appreciate Auntie Nan's kindness, but I still have a lot of things to do and enemies to fight. I'm afraid I can't join the crossing." South Deity snorted. "Aren't you afraid that I'll punish you now? A kid who hasn't turned into a star dares to refuse the kindness of a venerable emperor? You are the first person I've seen." Han Fei said, "I don't think Annie Inan's clone and strength will fight a kid who hasn't turned into a star, right?" "Humph." South Deity waved her hand casually. "Go. Remember, don't be rash when you go down and drag a star ocean colossus and an expert star core to a place you shouldn't be. Also, you owe me a favor. Although your favor is useless now, I still think highly of you." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did South Deity locate me because of these two things? Han Fei had to figure this out. It was like there was a sword hanging over his head. If South Deity could find his natal star, then others could naturally find their natal stars too. In this way, how could he guarantee his safety? Since the South Emperor didn't seem to have any killing intent, Han Fei braced himself and asked, "Aunt Nan, I have a question." The South Deity seemed to know what Han Fei was going to ask. She stretched lazily and said, This is the second favor. Han Fei was stunned for a moment, wondering if this was a favor. However, the South Emperor didn't seem to give him a chance to regret. She threw a golden talisman at him. Han Fei subconsciously grabbed it and sensed it. A great technique appeared in his mind. Star Concealment Technique, Heaven-Splitting Divine Quality. Introduction. The Milky Way is vast and there are billions of stars. Everything that can be seen is a corner of chaos. Under sea expansion, the stars were nowhere to be seen. Above the sea expansion realm, the stars appeared. The light of the stars was the manifestation of a cultivator's natal star. When cultivators approached each other, it wasn't stars approaching each other, but they were shining at the same time. The star concealment art could conceal the light of the stars, dimming the natal star, which was why it could hide in the primal chaos. Derivation, unknown effect. Conceal the light of the star's drawback. An origin star that conceals the light of the stars is easily mistaken by the star behemoth as a silent star and will be attacked by the star behemoth. Note: conceal the starlight and the sea of origin is not easily detected by outsiders. Hiss! When Han Fei saw this information, he was dumbfounded. This completely overturned his understanding of stargazing. Whether it was the mobile castle or the sea monster fortress, the way they searched for prey was by observing the sea of stars. If there was a twinkling star, they would chase after it. At that time, Han Fei thought that it was because the cultivators were close to each other that their natal stars were close to each other. However, this star concealment art told Han Fei that it was all wrong. It wasn't that their natal stars were close to each other, but that their starlight shone collectively at that moment. In fact, their natal stars were still very far away. Han Fei was stunned for a long time. Then he asked the first question that he had been asking for a long time. Where can the starlight come from without the scorching sun? The South Emperor said, before you turn into a star, you can regard your natal star as the scorching sun. Han Fei asked again. The starlight burst out in different places. How can the stars move so fast in the vast sea of stars? Han Fei couldn't understand. Even if it was just starlight, the position of the stars was fixed. Then the South Emperor looked at Han Fei like an idiot. Light. The light emitted by a shining star has no direction. You can see the light no matter where you stand. Only where your real body is, the starlight shines the brightest. Idiot. The South Emperor waved her hand casually and said, Remember, you owe me 2 favors. The South Emperor's figure turned into spots of light and dissipated as if blown by the wind. A clone? A projection? Han Fei's eyes flickered. Now he finally understood the principle of stargazing. Damn, I've been severely despised. However, he seemed to have aroused the South Emperor's strong interest and owed her 2 favors, which made Han Fei feel a little uncomfortable. After a while in the Sea of Origin, because the ownerless star core was in his Sea of Origin, he could mobilize the power of the Sea of Origin at will and directly wrap the star core in it. Sure enough, Feng Xinglia was right. With the star core, Han Fei immediately felt that the consumption of resources and the energy of the Sea of Origin returned to normal. He didn't know how long this star core could last, but a star core in the late stage of the star transformation realm should be enough. Han Fei didn't pay attention to the star core, but began to practice the star concealment technique. He didn't want what happened today to happen again. Otherwise, when he casually stepped out of the sea of stars and suddenly encountered a venerable emperor, he would be scared out of his wits. After a while, Han Fei learned that the so-called star concealment technique was actually used on him to cover the starlight. It turned out that due to the fact that cultivators were connected to the origin sea, the connection between the 2 of them was this starlight. Therefore, the star concealment technique was used to cover this starlight. 3 days later, on the crossing, the South Emperor looked up at the Sea of Stars and found that a shining star in the Sea of Stars suddenly dimmed, lost its brilliance, and disappeared in the endless Sea of Stars. Tisk! as expected of a monster that can transform into a star within 810,000 li. It only took him 3 days to cover the starlight. Phew, Han Fei came out of the Sea of Origin, feeling very good. This star concealment technique might not be very important to others, but it was extremely precious to him. Covering the starlight ensured that his whereabouts were secret. Together with his heavenly concealment divine technique and the infinite transformation technique, it was almost impossible for anyone below the Venerable Emperor level to find his whereabouts. Even if the Venerable Emperor observed the time in person, he wouldn't be able to find him now. Thinking of this, Han Fei felt very happy. In this way, he could attack the heavenly clan without worry. The days on the crossing were destined to be easy. He wondered if it was because they were close to the divine capital dynasty. So, the battles in the wilderness were more frequent. Many people who met the crossing didn't know it. Anyway, they only knew it was a camp so they could go up. Therefore, the crossing took in a lot of people along the way. Han Fei sighed with emotion. The daily resource income was an astronomical figure. Even if he forced the heavenly clan to get resources, it might not be enough for the crossing's income for a few months. In the next few months, Han Fei would occasionally cultivate in seclusion for a few days. In the rest of the time, he listened to stories with Feng Xingliu. Unconsciously, it seemed that Wu Shuang had become his friend. Although Wu Shuang only visited him occasionally, listened to stories, and came to eat occasionally, she had a terrifying sense of affinity. Even though Han Fei knew that her title was Wu Shuang, he didn't feel very vigilant towards this girl. A year later, this went on for a year, and Han Fei's origin, C, was about to be completed. Han Fei felt that it would take him at most half a month to successfully turn into a star. In fact, the situation was better than Han Fei imagined. A star core in the late stage of the star transformation stage contained too much energy. He didn't know if it was because this person was from the heavenly clan, but the energy in the star core was so abundant. Anyway, this star core almost guaranteed that he would completely turn into a star from beginning to end, and it seemed that there might still be some energy left. Another half a month later, Han Fei stood in the origin sea, suppressing the joy in his heart, because on this day, the last piece of darkness that covered the origin sea was about to completely dissipate. 3 hours later, Han Fei's origin sea trembled slightly. At this moment, an origin star was born, and Han Fei clearly felt that between his eyebrows, a milky white bead slowly emerged. I also have a star bead. Han Fei's voice was slightly emotional. In addition to the star bead, he also felt that inside the origin star, the energy was gathering abnormally, as if it was giving birth to a star core. But these powers were too general and not enough to give birth to something like a star core. After all, the internal energy in the origin sea at the beginning of the star transformation stage was too chaotic. Han Fei perceived and found that there were still some resources left from the heavenly clan, about less than 400,000 kilometers of resources. His heart skipped a beat. Actually, the area of his star wasn't small. His various resources weren't enough to cover the surface of his natal star. As for the remaining resources and the remaining power of the star core, they were just leftovers, so he might as well use them all at once. So, Han Fei sat cross-legged, with his whole body as the center. Inside the origin star, the Tao surged, and the energy of the remaining star core suddenly exploded, stimulating the origin star to tremble violently. On the star, the remaining resources were gathered around Han Fei, shattered by the power of the Tao, turned into the energy of the origin star, and scattered everywhere. Origin return, different from others. Han Fei's origin C was the path of origin return. He turned all the resources here into the energy of the star itself. In this way, Han Fei had no resources at all. However, the strength of his origin star was consolidated in just half a day. At this time, when Han Fei looked at his information again, he found an abnormal change. Owner, Han Fei level 105 Sky Creator Star Transformation. See 10,000 Family Tree. 200016 Immortal Spiritual Energy. 390,000 Divine Soul. 7. 09 Yuan 709. 2598 points. Perception range 7. 1 million kilometers power 7. 3 star power 703,0111 waves. First spiritual heritage. Primordial vein second spiritual heritage. Vein of eternal darkness first spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish level 99 second spiritual beast. Emperor Sparrow level 101 main art. Void stealing level 9. Avoid fishing. Emperor ultra quality. Chapter 2319. Han Fei was surprised by his brand new information template, but he wasn't surprised. His realm had changed from soul enlightenment to star conversion, which was a matter of course. As for level 105, Han Fei could understand that he hadn't done a good job in star conversion, and there should be a long way to go. Han Fei had a hunch that the chaotic energy had become immortal energy. Chaotic energy was the power needed by the sea expansion state. It was a transitional power that would eventually be replaced. After all, once the sky was opened, one could set foot in the star ocean and absorb chaotic energy. The reason why the chaotic energy still existed before star conversion was also understandable, because for ordinary heaven opening state experts, it was not easy to set foot in the star ocean to cultivate at any time before star conversion. Maybe they could cross the star ocean quagmire, but being in the star ocean itself was dangerous. But after star conversion, it might be a relatively simple thing to set foot in the star ocean. So in the information template, the chaotic energy was replaced by immortal energy. What surprised Han Fei was that his soul and power had undergone some kind of transformation, but they retained the original way of expression. For example, Han Fei's current soul showed 709 yuan. Han Fei didn't know why it was in yuan, but 1 yuan was equal to 1 million points of soul power, which was a very simple data conversion. The same was true for his power. It changed from wave to star power. There was no problem in understanding it, but Han Fei didn't know what the specific unit of star power was. However, since the previous way of expression was retained, it seemed that this transformation didn't seem to be complete. For this kind of thing, he could just ask Feng Xingniu later. Of course, he'd better not ask for now. Otherwise, his star conversion would be a bit too fast. Before star conversion, Han Fei had heard that the gap in strength between star conversion and star conversion wasn't very big. Han Fei found out, but the truth was not like that. He didn't know if it was because he was an 810,000 kilometer star conversion, so his power and soul had also been greatly improved. Both of them broke the 7 million mark. For ordinary people, they might be star conversion 300,000 kilometers away. It was conceivable that they said their strength didn't grow much before and after star conversion, which was a reason. Besides, no matter how his strength grew before and after star conversion. However, there were two things that were absolutely incomparable to the star transformation stage. Han Fei felt that after the star bead was born, he could mobilize the power of his natal star within the tolerance range of his natal star and burst it out through the star bead. Although Han Fei hadn't tried it, he felt that if he were to launch such a power, it might be far more powerful than all of his current techniques. Another benefit was that when the natal star revolved, it would automatically fuse with the heavenly Daos, absorbing and giving birth to its own Taoist charm. This meant that Han Fei's fighting power would be greatly increased. For example, he could use his ultimate moves many times. The only shortcoming of his origin C was that it looked extremely barren, because everything that should have been there had been absorbed by Han Fei and turned into a part of his natal star. It's finally turned into a star. Han Fei had thought that this day would be very far away, but when he walked out of the chaotic wasteland, he realized that this step was actually not very far away. Especially after becoming enemies with the celestial race, he felt as if his resources were flowing like water. Would Luo Xiaobai and the others have the same feeling when they left the chaotic wasteland? For example, Zhang Xuanyu and the others were very suitable for survival in the wilderness. It wouldn't be a big problem for them to quickly open up a origin sea of 100,000 kilometers. Now it had been more than 350 years, and they might have already opened the sky. A faint smile appeared on Han Fei's lips. He knew that it was time for him to go. It was safe on the crossing, but it was so comfortable here that he forgot what the wilderness was. If it weren't for turning into a star, he wouldn't have stayed on the crossing for so long. In fact, it was only a year, but in Han Fei's eyes, hundreds of years had passed, and he had turned into a star. On the crossing, Han Fei said, "I'm getting off the ship. Xingliu, do you want to come with me?" "Feng," Xingliu said in surprise. "Why do you have to get off the ship?" Feng Qingqing also said, "Brother Han Fei, the crossing goes straight to the divine capital dynasty. It's less than a year before the grand competition begins. It's exactly 8 months before the crossing arrives. There's no need to get off the ship now, right?" Han Fei said, "It's too comfortable and peaceful on the ship. I listen to stories, drink, eat, and sleep every day. What else can I do?" Feng Qingqing said, "Brother Han Fei, in fact, it said that there's a lot of information hidden in the tavern. If you pay attention to it carefully, you'll find a lot of stories and information about the 4 divine provinces, mysterious treasures, and secret realms." Feng, Xingliu nodded quickly. He didn't have to fight on the crossing, and he could listen to stories. He wished he could stay in the legendary tavern every day. Han Fei pondered for a moment. "Feng, you should have arrived, right?" Feng Qingqing said, "My sister sent a message. She's in the sea outside the divine capital dynasty, but she doesn't know where the crossing is, so she didn't find us. Anyway, we're going there anyway, so she might as well play by herself outside. Fun." Han Fei thought to himself, "Feng Yu is also belligerent. I wonder if she's looking for someone to fight." However, if what the old storyteller said was true, and Feng Yu was the top expert on the heaven roll, who could be her opponent now? She didn't have to participate in the grand competition of the East Ocean at all. Han Fei said, "Okay, I'll get off the boat. You guys stay on the boat. Let's meet again in 8 months." Feng Xingliu was taken aback. "No, we came together. Let's go together. But why are we going to the wilderness?" Han Fei said, "To rob qualification tokens." Feng Qingqing had never seen anyone so keen on robbing. "You've robbed a lot of resources on your way here. Why do you still want to rob?" Could it be that he was just enjoying the robbery itself? But she didn't know that Han Fei's resources were almost used up. Not to mention Feng Qingqing. Even the South Arch didn't expect it. More than 7 months later, in the wilderness outside the divine capital dynasty, 3 people were running amok in the wilderness. A team of 5 people was lying flat on the sea at the moment because the qualification tokens they had collected over the years were all robbed by the team of 3 in front of them. In the team of 3, Feng Xingliu pointed his spear at them and said, 5 people, a total of 42 tokens. Alas, I really don't know what to say to you. If you give it to me, I can get 420 tokens. The 5 people were speechless. The point is, we're not you. And 420 tokens? Do you think the participants of the 10,000-year grand competition are all fools? You think you can snatch it just because you say so? They can't beat you, but they can run away. In the team, Han Fei said, "Hey, you guys, we're not bloodthirsty people. Hand over all your resources and we'll leave. Don't lie to me. I hate being lied to. Give me as much as you have." After a while, Han Fei glanced at the resources of the 5 people, which added up to less than 200,000 kilometers inside. These robbers were all smart. They came out to hunt with pitifully few resources, which were probably all robbed. Then Han Fei pointed at a bearded man and said, "Poke him." "Don't," the bearded man frowned. Did this person really know that he had hidden resources? But he didn't have time to think too much. A fiery spear with a vortex burst out at the tip, and the bearded man was directly smashed by the spear vortex. This wasn't Feng Xing Lu's own move, and Han Fei didn't need to ask because he had heard it from stories. In the past few months, Feng Xing Lu had demonstrated the great techniques and moves he had heard from stories for the first time. Maybe they weren't originally like that, but after hearing the stories, Feng Xing Lu felt that it should be. So he created a new technique spontaneously. This was the most talented thing about Feng Xing Lu that Han Fei had seen so far. He could create great techniques based on other people's stories and his own imagination. Even Zhang Xuanyu couldn't do that. Therefore, it was hard to tell whether Feng Xing Lu was a genius or a fool. When he was a genius, he was also inhumanly talented. When he was stupid, even a sea pig would be defeated. When the bearded man was reborn, Feng Xing Lu bellowed, "Aunt, there won't be a second time." The bearded man hurried to take out the last of his resources. Although it was painful, his life was much more important than resources. After taking out all the resources, Feng Xing Lu waved his hand. "Let's go. Go rob someone else." The bearded man and the others, after a moment. Han Fei suddenly said, "Hey, we seem to have arrived at the divine capital dynasty." A moment later, when Han Fei saw a city on the sea millions of kilometers away, the three of them stood in the void quietly. Feng Qingqing said, "That's definitely not the divine capital dynasty. It's the watchtower on the sea of the divine capital dynasty. There should be many watchtowers like this. Seeing this means that we're about to enter the safe area of the divine capital dynasty. In the safe area, we can't fight or even attack the ordinary creatures in the sea, because they can't withstand the power of the heaven-opening realm or even the pioneer sea realm." A watchtower? Han Fei thought it was an offshore facility of the divine capital dynasty, but it turned out to be just a watchtower. Each watchtower was an island on the sea. It was almost 100 kilometers wide, like a small city, and there were many people on it. As for the watchtower, there seemed to be a tower that was thousands of meters tall. Feng Qingcheng explained, "The watchtower is also a small town. After all, there are not only strong people in this world, but also ordinary people. There are also many law enforcers, explorers, and venerables. This is their battlefield, not ours. So our robbery trip is over." Chapter 23:20. 10 days later. From the time they found the first watchtower to the time they came to the divine capital dynasty, the total distance was 10 light days, which meant 10 days of walking at the speed of light. This was the first time they had seen the true face of the divine capital dynasty. At this moment, the three of them stood at an entrance outside the divine capital dynasty, looking at the city in amazement. Han Fei had always thought that a city should look like a city, with many houses lined up and roads crisscrossing. But the city in front of them was too sci-fi. Han Fei had been surprised many times along the way, but now he still couldn't help but sigh. The divine capital dynasty, a city that looked very sci-fi, 3,000 kilometers down to the bottom of the sea, 6,000 kilometers up to the sky, and 12 million kilometers around. There are 4,900 islands on the sea surface. It formed a supergiant city with an underwater city, a land city, and a sky city. The main color of the underwater city was ice blue, which was a kind of building or called blue brick. It was extremely malleable and had both toughness and hardness, which made it an excellent building material. Besides, the underwater city needed light, so the buildings made of blue bricks were all planted with light algae, creating a huge, dreamy underwater city. The city on the land was like a normal human city. Because the land area was relatively small, those who could live on the land could barely be regarded as the middle class of the divine capital dynasty. But this didn't mean that there was only land on the sea. In fact, the 6,000-kilometer high city in the sky above the sea was connected from the inside to the outside, with crisscrossing roads and many layers of man-made land. At the top was the divine palace, guarded by 12 emperors. The most important thing was that this 9,000-li-tall city above the sea could rotate. It rotated at a speed of 1 revolution a month, 12 revolutions a year. The entire divine capital dynasty, except for the entrance, was enveloped by an invisible barrier. To be able to lay down such a huge barrier, how could an ordinary person be able to do it? Feng Qingcheng exclaimed, "Wow, is this the divine capital dynasty? It's so spectacular." Feng Xingliu said, "It's so big. It must be very complicated. Then where should we go after we get in?" Han Fei said, "Look, inside the entrance, there are a lot of people waiting there. They must be selling maps. Let's go. Since we're already here, why are we still standing outside and marveling?" The entrances of the divine capital dynasty were all on the land and islands, with a total of more than 700 entrances. The entrance they were at was the 203rd entrance. In fact, many of the people entering and exiting the divine capital dynasty were not here to participate in the grand tournament. Most of them were natives of the divine capital dynasty. There was actually an ice blue crystal embedded in their arms, so they only needed to display it before entering the city gates. There was no need to go through an inspection, and there were not many people who walked into the city from outside the city. There were only the 3 of them and no one else. Maybe it was because they didn't encounter anyone else entering the city at this time. Anyway, when they came to the entrance of city gate number 203, someone seemed to have discovered them, and a heaven-opening state powerhouse walked out from behind the gate. This person hadn't turned into a star, but Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. More than 700 entrances to the divine capital dynasty. If every entrance was guarded by a heaven-opening expert, it would mean that there would be more than 700 heaven-opening experts guarding the Shen Du dynasty's entrance. Regardless of whether they had transformed into stars or not, there were too many heaven-opening realm cultivators. This wasn't something a place like Scavenger City could compare to. The man walked to the door, looked at the 3 of them, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Contestants, please show me your qualification token. If you don't have it, you need to register, and we will issue you an identity card." The 3 of them rolled up their sleeves, and the qualification token on their wrists flashed. Each of them had a ring. This meant that each of them had more than 1 qualification token. "Master," the heaven-opening expert who was guarding the door nodded slightly. "Please enter. There are some basic rules that I need to tell you. In the divine capital dynasty, you can't go anywhere within the top 1,000 kilometers. In addition, no private fights are allowed in the city. Once you fight outside, all damages must be paid high compensation. If you need to fight, you can go to the arena, the divine capital battlefield, etc., and you need to register. My suggestion is that you can find a guide after entering the city, pay a certain fee, and you can get a comprehensive understanding of the divine capital dynasty. The guide can take you to the residential area of the corresponding level." Han Fei smiled slightly. "Thank you for telling me." When the 3 of them entered the door, the heaven-opening state guard calculated in his heart and soon came up with an answer. Han Fei of the Fighting Sky Clan, Feng Xingliu of the Phoenix Divine Clan, and little Princess Feng Qingqing are all big shots. In the city, 7 or 8 guides were already ready to go. These people who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition were all local tycoons. Although most of them had a bad temper, they could make a profit. It wasn't easy for Qinyi to get a spot as a tour guide. It was only because he had 2 younger siblings at home and his dead father had contributed a lot in the sinkhole world that he was able to get this position. In the past few years, he had received more than 30 contestants. Because he met a big customer once, he was rewarded with more than 50,000 kilometers of resources. It was said that some people were rewarded with tens of thousands of kilometers of resources because of their good explanations, and some people were directly rewarded with sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Of course, that was a bit exaggerated. It could only be found by chance, but one time as a guide, they could get at least thousands of kilometers of resources. This was the basic requirement of guides. The reason was that they couldn't let outsiders look down on the divine capital dynasty. Therefore, the fees couldn't be low to show the divine capital dynasty's level. When the three people outside the city entered through the gate, Chunyi let out a howl and slapped a blue turtle he was sitting on and rushed to the front. The next moment, a seahorse tried to pass by him, but the turtle suddenly stretched out its leg and kicked the seahorse in the face, sending it flying. A sea dragon had already passed by him, but the turtle stretched out its head and bit the sea dragon's butt. Someone shouted, "Chunyi, you brat, you have no morals." Chunyi said, "I didn't hit you. It's just a mutual affection between mounts." Behind him, a young man came riding a crab. Seeing the crab's claws, Chunyi immediately patted the blue turtle's shell and said, "Little Green, let him go." Pooh! Seeing this tortoise, an earth-shaking sound actually erupted from its butt, releasing a large amount of turbid, ink-like fog, blinding the vision of the person behind it. As soon as the three of them entered the inner city, they saw a group of people riding glowing fish, seahorses, sea dragons, crabs, and turtles. They immediately rushed at them. Then they saw that these people were actually fighting with each other. The green-headed turtle and the young man on the turtle shell, one man and one turtle, were using all sorts of unscrupulous methods to defeat each and every one of their opponents. Feng Xingliu was speechless. Feng Qingcheng opened her mouth. "This guy is too despicable, isn't he? I definitely won't choose." Before Feng Qingcheng finished, Han Fei chuckled. "You will definitely choose him as your guide." Feng Qingcheng looked at Han Fei in confusion. "Why?" Han Fei said, "First of all, they didn't rush at us until the moment we came in, which means that they have an agreement and we can't choose freely. Second, although this young man has a lot of means, it also proves that he is smart. As long as he achieves his goal, the process is not important, which means he is very good." Feng Qingcheng asked, "But shouldn't we choose the guide ourselves?" Han Fei said, "Look at these young men, they are very wild, and their strength is between the peak of the explorer level and the semi-venerable level, which shows that they are very talented. Just now, the heaven-opening state powerhouse greeted them not only to attract business, but also to help them grow in another way. At this critical moment, what they need is some resources, perception, and combat experience. Since they can be guides here, it means that they are not short of anything else. All they need is resources and they can smoothly advance." Feng Qingcheng said, "But the resources needed to advance from the semi-venerable level to the venerable level are very few." Han Fei said, "If this position is specially set up, they must pay taxes. In addition to paying taxes, they may have many other purposes besides leaving their own cultivation resources. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing just 7 or 8 people, but hundreds, or even thousands of people fighting to be our guides. The divine capital dynasty certainly won't mess around during the 100,000-year competition, so those who can be guides must be carefully selected. Among these carefully selected people, don't you think it's a good idea to compete for the position and to compete for the position of the guide?" Feng Qingcheng couldn't help but look at Han Fei in astonishment. "Brother Han Fei, you seem to know their living conditions very well. You talk as if you live here." Feng Xingliu also nodded. "Yes, I didn't think that much. I thought it was just a few guides." Han Fei said with a smile, "Did you forget what I told you? I cultivated step by step. At every stage of cultivation, I experienced life and death. I lived and fought with all my might. That's how I got to where I am today." Feng Qingcheng was deep in thought. Even Feng Xingliu couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. A moment later, when the young man on the tortoise rushed to Han Fei and the others, the guides behind him all stopped chasing with bitter faces. They wouldn't compete with Chunyi for this opportunity. Chunyi rushed to the front of Han Fei and the others, slightly nervous. He was afraid that the people in front of him would look back and choose one of them. faced with such a situation. He couldn't explain the reason to them. "Greetings, my lords. I'm Chen Yi. I know the divine capital dynasty very well. I know everything you want to know, as long as it doesn't involve my secrets." Han Fei asked, "How much do you charge to be a guide?" Chen Yi hurriedly said, "My lord, we charge a fixed price of resources within 1,000 kilometers. If you want to go to different places and need other guides, you may have to pay another person's resources. But if you want to go together, you only need to pay 1,000 kilometers of resources. I can explain to you for 10 days. Han Fei slightly nodded and threw a star shell to him. "Me. Then you." Chapter 23-21. Speaking of which, although Han Fei had several things to do in the divine capital dynasty, such as meeting his friend's friend, however, these were not as important as one thing, which was to sell the qualification token. Han Fei's first question was, "Chen Yi, right? Do you know where those who had their qualification tokens robbed and had to enter the divine capital dynasty live?" Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu immediately understood what Han Fei meant. This guy was going to sell the qualification token. Ever since they got off the Traverser, Han Fei had already expressed their purpose of getting off the ship. That was to rob the qualification token and sell it in the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei fooled them by saying that they could find opponents to gain experience and earn resources. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? This sounded very reasonable. Except that it was a little offensive, it sounded really good. Chen Yi froze for a moment. He was ready to deal with all the questions, but he didn't expect Han Fei to ask this. It had to be said that the bad-tempered group of people who came to participate in this competition were those who had their qualification tokens robbed. Most people, when their qualification tokens were robbed, would take advantage of the 15 days after their qualification tokens were robbed to snatch them back. Because during these 15 days, they were still in a safe period and the heaven-opening state powerhouses couldn't attack them. However, either they couldn't reach the divine capital dynasty within 15 days, or after they snatched it, it was robbed by others. Anyway, the competition between the strong was full of ups and downs. Later, many people waited in the non-safe area outside the watchtower for an opportunity. As for whether they waited for an opportunity or not, anyway, for a period of time, there would be a period of time when more seriously injured experts would enter the divine capital dynasty every day. Obviously, these people were defeated. Their qualification tokens were robbed, and they couldn't fight anymore. In desperation, they could only choose to enter the city, because they heard that someone in the city would sell qualification tokens to the outside world. This point many people could think of, because one person only needed one qualification badge. So what was the point of fighting for more? Therefore, taking out the qualification badges to sell was a way for many people to make money. Chen Yi froze for a moment and then reacted. "Senior, are you going to sell qualification tokens?" Feng Xingliu was taken aback and couldn't help but say, "Oh, you're quite smart." Han Fei was intrigued. "Oh, how did you know?" Chen Yi said, "There are too many people who came to the divine capital dynasty to participate in the tournament of 10,000 years. Many of them did not get the qualification token and even suffered heavy injuries. These people should not be acquainted with seniors. So if seniors want to find them, you can only sell the qualification medallion." Feng Qingqing said indifferently, "You're quite smart." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Do you know the price of the qualification token in the divine capital dynasty?" Chen Yi nodded. "In theory, the selling price of the qualification badges will become more and more expensive as time goes on. It will reach its peak on the eve of the tournament of 10,000 years. However, this peak was not very high, because in the past, only Sea Expansion Realm cultivators participated in the great competition. There had never been a single person who was qualified to obtain resources exceeding 20,000 kilometers. However, this is the 100,000-year competition, and there are heaven-opening realm cultivators participating, so the price limit will definitely be higher. However, A single qualification token shouldn't be able to exceed 100,000 kilometers of resources. Why? Chinyi, because those who lose their qualification tokens either lose their lives or escape with injuries. They may have resources on them, but they first have to reserve resources for their own consumption, and for the normal use in the Divine Capital Dynasty, they also have to reserve resources to buy qualification tokens. Anyway, the consumption is actually not small. Moreover, there are many people who snatch qualification tokens in the wilderness. Qualification tokens are concentrated in the hands of the strong, and these people also want to sell them, so there are actually a lot of qualification tokens for sale. I don't recommend seniors to go to those people in person to sell them, because it will waste time, and you may not be able to sell them for a good price. Han Fei, go on. If you have a better way, I won't hesitate to give you some money. That may be a good harvest for you. Chen Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Seniors, how much can you give me? Feng Xingliu frowned. Kid, are you starting to talk about conditions now? Han Fei interrupted him. Chinyi, how much income have you earned since you became a guide? Chinyi knew that he couldn't lie in front of Han Fei and the others, so he said without hesitation, My income is ordinary. I received a total of 39 participants and earned 42,000 kilometers of resources. 90% of the resources came from a master in the heaven opening state, because I found a material to repair a divine weapon for him. Han Fei and the others all confirmed Chen Ye's words. Then Han Fei smiled slightly. If you want to know how much we can give, it depends on the channels you can find. For example, how much is a qualification token of the heaven opening state worth? I can give you one. Chen Yi was shocked when he heard this. A qualification token of the heaven opening state, no matter how bad it was, might be comparable to all his income so far. Its value was definitely above 40,000 kilometers of resources. However, Han Fei continued, Kid, your combat skills are good, your reaction is fast, and your comprehension should be good. If you perform well in this guide task, I can consider rewarding you with a body refining technique that can help you improve your strength by at least 50%. Hiss. Gulp. Chun Ye's heart thumped. He knew that an opportunity had come. He knew that with so many people participating in the competition and so many strong people, he would definitely have a chance to encounter an opportunity. As a cultivator, his greatest wish was not only to harvest resources, but also to encounter opportunities. The body refining technique was exactly what he needed. Although the body refining technique consumed a lot of resources, Han Fei also promised to give him a qualification token of the heaven opening state, which meant that he would have at least 40,000 to 50,000 kilometers of resources. For the heaven opening state, these resources were naturally not much, but he was only a peak-level explorer. He was still one step away from becoming a semi-venerable. How could he need so many resources? Weren't these all to pave the way for his younger brothers and sisters to cultivate and improve his sisters' spiritual heritage? But if he became stronger, maybe his fate would change. Chen Yi tried to suppress his inner excitement and immediately said, Seniors, please give me one day. Tomorrow I will find the most suitable seller for you. Today I will explain some basic knowledge about the Divine Capital Dynasty and the Tournament of 10,000 Years. At this moment, Chen Yi didn't know that whether it was Han Fei, Feng Qingqing, or even Feng Xingliu, they all nodded slightly. A peak-level explorer, in the face of such a huge temptation, was still able to calm down and explain to them. This kind of determination was enough to prove his excellence. Feng Qingqing couldn't help but look at Han Fei, thinking that Brother Han Fei was indeed a man who climbed up step by step. His eyes were quite sharp. Half a day later, Chen Yi took Han Fei and the others to the area between 6,000 and 7,000 kilometers above the sea level of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Chen Yi said, Master Han Fei, this is the temporary residence of the strong people participating in the competition. The area between 6,000 and 800 kilometers is the temporary residence of the sea opening state powerhouses. The area between 6,800 and 7,000 kilometers is the temporary residence of the heaven opening state powerhouses, because the number of strong people participating in the competition is more than any other time in history. And this area is temporarily vacated. It is said that more than 8 million people have moved in, including more than 600,000 heaven opening state powerhouses. Shoot! Hearing Chan Ye's introduction, although Han Fei didn't say anything, he felt that countless iron-head fish were running wildly in his heart. There were still 2 months until the tournament of 10,000 years. When the competition started, the number of sea opening state powerhouses might reach 10 million, and the number of heaven opening state powerhouses might reach 1 million. What kind of number was that? The divine capital dynasty made Han Fei realize for the first time how terrifying it was. A heaven opening state powerhouse might be at the peak of a starting ground. Because of this competition, 600,000 people had come, and they were carefully selected from the entire East Ocean Divine Land. Han Fei didn't know how many people would participate in the competition. Feng Qingcheng exclaimed, "So many! This is much more than the trial of the Middle Sea Divine Land." Han Fei shrugged. They are not on the same level. Han Fei and the others had to register their arrival. They went to register Feng Qingcheng first, because they were not on the same level. After Feng Qingcheng registered, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu went to the registration office for the heaven opening state powerhouses. At an altitude of 7,000 kilometers, when Han Fei and the others appeared, there were only a dozen people at the registration office. Chen Yi said, "Because many people have already registered, but there are still about 1,000 people registering every day. Very soon, they will only make simple records and will not make special distinctions in the early stage." Han Fei understood. No matter what competition it was, the first step must be to register people. So, except for the Sky Garden Square, it was a bit like a floating island, but with richer sceneries. Spiritual fruits were more like decorations here. Behind the square was a rotating statue of a person with an incomplete body. Han Fei didn't know who it was. Chen Yi said, "That's a stargazing statue." It's said to be the remains of a strong person from the divine capital dynasty who died in battle. Han Fei nodded slightly. When it was his turn, one of the 2 people in charge of registration was definitely at the late stage of the star transformation realm, and the other was only at the star transformation realm. The woman from the star transformation realm was emotionless, like a robot. Name, realm, origin, and a qualification token. Han Fei, star transformation realm, independent cultivator. Huh. Suddenly, the woman couldn't help but look up at Han Fei. Even the strong person who was resting with his eyes closed opened his eyes. Chapter 23-22. For the powerhouses of the divine capital dynasty, there were too many heaven opening stage powerhouses, and not everyone was worth remembering. However, the name Han Fei had inadvertently spread among some people, challenging the heavenly race, robbing the heavenly race, suppressing for heavenly talents alone. This matter was too famous, and the heavenly race couldn't hide it. Although the matter of Han Fei suppressing Yi Chen was covered up by the heavenly race, the fact that the heavenly race lost a late-stage star transformation stage powerhouse couldn't be hidden, because the crossing happened to pass by at that time, and it was hard not to know that a late-stage star transformation stage powerhouse died. Perhaps in the East Sea Divine Continent, the heaven-opening stage was nothing, but the number of people who could reach the late-stage star transformation stage was less than 80%. And a late-stage star transformation stage powerhouse born in the heavenly race couldn't be compared to an ordinary late-stage star transformation stage powerhouse. Therefore, when Han Fei said his name, the 2 registrars couldn't help but look at Han Fei. The powerhouse next to him, who was resting with his eyes closed, said, "High-quality cultivation area, a 306. The registrar nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and engraved the number 306 on the qualification token given by Han Fei with a special technique. Then, the qualification token changed again. It turned into a halo, put on Han Fei's right hand, and melted into his skin. The main reason was that Han Fei's left hand was full of qualification tokens, and there was no place to put them, so the halo appeared on his right hand. The registrar said, "During the competition with this qualification token, you can go in and out of any place in the divine capital dynasty. When the competition officially begins, after you are defeated, the mark will disappear and automatically dissipate. But the house you are assigned now can stay until the end of the competition, and the losers can also participate in the competition." The registrar briefly explained the authority of the qualification token, and Han Fei nodded slightly. It seemed that the divine capital dynasty was quite generous. As long as you came, you could live in the house assigned to you until the end of the competition. Even if you were defeated, you could still watch the competition as usual. Speaking of which, even if it was just to watch the competition, many people wouldn't give up the qualification token, because being able to witness such a grand scene that lasted for 100,000 years represented incomparable luck. Normally, how many powerhouses could you see fighting each other? But in the 100,000 years competition, you could watch all the time until your scalp was numb and your eyes were dazzled. It was very beneficial for cultivators to observe the battles of others and verify their own Tao. If some of the more talented ones were able to watch the entire 100,000-year competition, their strength would definitely increase, and some could even break through to the next realm. Half monarch sea opening, heaven opening. This time, there might even be someone who could open the heaven opening Tao. According to the scale of the divine capital dynasty's 100,000-year grand competition, even the number of pioneer sea realm cultivators participating had reached 10 million. Only the heavens knew how many venerable realm cultivators there would be. In a place like the divine capital dynasty, there were simply too many exalted realm experts to be counted. Just by looking at the numbers, one could tell the level of participation in the 100,000-year competition. Han Fei was thinking about the grand occasion of the 100,000-year competition, but Chen Yi, the guide, was shocked beyond words. Number 306? What kind of ranking was this? These guides were all trained, and they had made an exception to visit a huge city between 6,000 and 7,000 miles. Sky City protruded from the surface of the ocean. It was 9,000 kilometers tall and 30,000 kilometers wide. There were 108 such sky cities in the divine capital dynasty. The one they were in was specially prepared for the contestants. The so-called upper rank cultivation area was the upper rank cultivation area that was above 6,800 miles. Number A was basically equivalent to the combat power ranking of the heaven opening state, and it lived in the area closest to 7,000 kilometers. Therefore, the way Qin Yi looked at Han Fei changed. Hundreds of thousands of heaven opening state cultivators, and this person was ranked 306. This was a super strong master. Chen Ye's strength was too low to feel it. He only felt that these strong masters were like ordinary people. He brought Han Fei and the others here to register first because he wanted to see their numbers. According to the number, he would decide whether he should go all out to help Han Fei find a buyer for the qualification token. In such a large divine capital dynasty, it was not easy to find one. Most people who were not from the divine capital dynasty, even if they were strong, would definitely be cheated in other people's territory. Now, Chen Ye's heart was surging. If such a super strong master could really reward him with a body refining technique, it would be extraordinary. In the divine capital dynasty, body refining techniques were not expensive and could even be said to be very cheap. However, body refining techniques were also divided into grades. There were too many body refining techniques that could be found on the market, and if one practiced them randomly, it would be easy to go astray. And body refining techniques, generally only those above high quality were qualified to be called great techniques. great techniques were divided into 3 grades: high quality, ultra quality, and very rare divine quality. High quality great techniques were relatively cheap and could be obtained with hundreds of millions of ultra quality spirit stones. He had already broken away from the scope of ordinary body refining techniques, and the ultra quality were the secrets of many sections. No matter what technique was of the ultra quality, it was not something that one could learn easily. As for divine quality, Chinyi had only heard of it so far. Legend had it that only the royal family and some big forces of the divine EC had such great techniques. Chen Yi did not expect Han Fei to be able to reward him with a divine quality technique, but he thought that if Han Fei was ranked 306, if he was really rewarded, it might be an ultra-quality technique. Even if it was not an ultra-quality technique, but a high-quality one, it was still not something that could be obtained easily, right? At that time, a great technique could be used by 4 people in a family, and maybe it could be exchanged for a good price. So this time it would definitely be a big profit. Chun Yi was very smart. If Han Fei knew, he might even praise him, because if Han Fei was in the same situation, he would also make the same choice. Shrewdness was never a mistake. Feng Xingliu, on the other hand, gave Han Fei a weird look. When did you turn into a star? Didn't you just start to turn into a star? But it didn't matter. He was turning into a star, but he was still a star. At this time, Feng Xingliu hurriedly said, "I'm Feng Xingliu, a star cultivator, an independent cultivator." However, this time the strong man who was resting with his eyes closed said with a hint of mockery, "Feng Xingliu, a star cultivator, Phoenix Divine Clan. High-quality cultivation area, number 3907A. Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder, thinking, "Stop acting. You'll reveal everything when you fight. You're different from me." The reason why Han Fei could fool them as an independent cultivator was that even the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty didn't know Han Fei's background. By the way, the Heavenly Clan and Han Fei had fought many times, but none of them found out. How could they know? However, it was hard for them not to know Feng Xingliu. But Feng Xingliu argued, "Why is my brother number 300, but I'm almost number 4,000? The registrar said, "You can live with Mr. Han Fei." Feng Xingliu was taken aback. What the registrar said made sense, and he immediately forgot why he asked the question. After the registration, Chinyi took them to number 306A. It was a large courtyard at the outermost edge of the rotating Sky City, covering an area of 10 square kilometers. There were flowers, trees, birds, ponds, rockeries, corridors by the lake, and small buildings with flying eaves. There were also special training rooms. The spiritual energy here was dozens of times denser than in the outside world. It was elegant and refined. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. This was really a good choice for a vacation. Feng Xingliu didn't feel much about it. He looked around and shook his head. "It's too bland." Feng Qingqing said, "This is elegance." Feng Xingliu said, "Our flowing fire waterfall and flying fire forest are not bad either." Feng Qingqing said, "This is the Divine Capital Dynasty. Every place has its own characteristics." Han Fei and the other 2 scanned the place with their perception and then stood at the edge of the courtyard, looking out. The clouds were floating in their eyes, and it was empty everywhere. It seemed that most people wouldn't come to such a high place. Roar! Occasionally dragons and snakes would soar into the sky and fly higher. Those were people who lived above 7,000 miles. There shouldn't be many of them. After all, ordinary people couldn't enter above 8,000 miles. Chin Yi sighed in his heart. This kind of courtyard might only be suitable for super powerhouses like Han Fei and the others. If he stayed there, he was confident in his ability to break through into the Exalt realm if he stayed in this courtyard for 3 to 5 years. If my younger sister were to stay here for a few years, the essence of the earth vein here would be able to subtly raise my younger sister's spirit vein. Even now, Chen Yi was still controlling his breathing, making sure that his breaths were long and drawn out, as though he was taking in as much air as he could. All of a sudden, Feng Xing Lu said, "Kid, it's useless for you to take a few breaths. This is not the right way to cultivate." Feng Xingliu didn't mean to look down on Qinyi. Han Fei added, "He's right. It's indeed useless, and it may disturb the balance of your body's absorption of spiritual energy." In the future, when he came to such places, there was no need to deliberately act normal. When you reach the advanced Exalt realm, you can stay in such places for a long time. Hearing this, Qin Yi hurriedly stopped his stupid behavior. Fortunately, he was reminded by a strong master. He really didn't know the disadvantages of absorbing spiritual energy. Han Fei said, "Okay, go ahead. When you find a buyer for the qualification token, come here to find me." "Yes, Master Han Fei." One day later, because there was no guide, Han Fei and the others didn't bother to study the divine capital dynasty. Feng Xingliu ate barbecue here for a long time, and Feng Qingcheng went to find some books about the divine capital dynasty to read. Han Fei closed his eyes and rested for a day. He was observing the situation of his natal star. The god of war said that he wanted to create an earth vein and a star core. But after he turned into a star, he always felt that it was too early to create an earth vein because he was on the path of returning to origin. In theory, he could make his natal star stronger and continue to improve his comprehensive strength through the method of returning to origin. As for Guiyuan, could he have given the earth vein to Guiyuan too? It didn't seem impossible to keep the earth vein and return to origin, but he had to find a way to get a batch of resources and then experiment. As long as the earth vein was still there after returning to origin, these two things wouldn't conflict. Master Han Fei, Master Xingliu, Master Qingqing, I found a shop to buy the qualification token. It's the most trustworthy one among the 103 shops I've searched. Chapter 23. Oh, so punctual? Even Han Fei was a little surprised. He thought that Chen Yi could find a buyer in a day, given the size of the divine capital dynasty. He didn't expect Qin Yi to say that it was the most trustworthy shop. Immediately, Han Fei got up. "I'm Feng Xingliu. Here comes a business." Han Fei looked at Qin Yi and asked, "Who is the buyer?" Qin Yi replied, "My lord, this is the main shop of my father's comrade-in-arms. My father saved his life when he was still alive. After pulling some strings, he got the highest possible price." Feng Xingliu couldn't help asking, "What's the highest price?" Qin Yi replied, "The qualification token of the Pioneer Sea Realm, 18,000 kilometers of resources per token. The qualification token of the Pioneer Sea Realm, 57,000 kilometers of resources per token." Han Fei calculated in his heart. This price was higher than he thought, because countless people who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition died on the way. Some of them perished in the wilderness. To begin with, crossing the wilderness was not an easy task. Being able to cross the wilderness was a kind of experience in itself. Secondly, within 3 light years from the divine capital dynasty, this place was a large hunting ground. Although only people in the same realm were allowed to compete and kill each other, but they didn't know that there were strong and weak people in the same realm. The fights between people in the same realm were often very fierce. Therefore, the number of qualification tokens distributed must be more than the actual number of participants. This also meant that some of the qualification tokens were redundant. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, "Qin Yi, where will the extra qualification tokens go?" Qin Yi replied without hesitation, "My lord, they will fall into the hands of the local residents of the divine capital dynasty. Because if you want to watch the whole 10,000-year competition, you need the qualification token. Many people actually don't have this qualification, so they can only use the qualification token." Feng Xingliu couldn't help asking, "Then they can't participate in the competition after using the qualification token?" Qin Yi shook his head. Master Xingliu, there will inevitably be a lot of people who quit during the competition. They are not interested in the competition itself. They just want to watch the competition. So, even if they have to participate, they must have given up. Han Fei immediately understood. No wonder the qualification token was still sold at such a high price when the number of participants was greatly reduced. It turned out that some people spent money to buy tickets. However, Han Fei and the others benefited from this. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of participating in the 10,000-year competition. It was just that not everyone could obtain this benefit. Fengxing Lu glanced at Han Fei in excitement. If each of them can be sold for so much money, I'll be rich. I have 278 qualification tokens. That's over 900,000 kilometers worth of resources. Fengxing was thrilled. Sure enough, Han Fei had made the right choice to bring him here. He didn't care about the resources themselves. What he cared about was that he could earn resources, and a huge amount of resources at that. Han Fei knew how Fengxing felt. He would feel a great sense of accomplishment when he got the resources by working with his hands. When Chen Yi heard that Fengxing had 278 qualification badges, his heart skipped a beat. This kind of big shot was indeed a divine range expert. However, he was not unresigned, nor did he feel that he was in the wrong for only receiving a heaven-opening qualification token as a reward. Wasn't this the so-called fortuitous encounter? A true powerhouse could casually slip through the cracks of their fingers, and it was something that they could not obtain even after painstakingly pursuing. He was already very lucky to pick up this rare opportunity. An hour later, Qin Yi took the three of them to the sky above the land cities of the divine capital dynasty and introduced them to them. From the customs to the trial grounds within the divine capital dynasty, the awakening pool, the resource trade, the battlefield of the strong, and so on, he introduced them to many aspects. Because Chen Yi knew these things very well, Han Fei and the others didn't feel bored on the way. Of course, it was mainly because Fengxing had a lot of questions. At this moment, he was still chattering. Fengxing asked, "Yi, what's this round green ball?" Chen Yi said, "Master Xing, that's a spiky ball demon. It's spherical in shape and covered with long thorns. These thorns are of different quality. Any one of them can be used as a weapon. If people go to the spiky ball demon and offer resources, they can have a chance to pull out a thorn. But it's hard to say whether the thorns are of good quality or not." Fengxing nodded and asked again, "How many species are there in the divine capital dynasty? It's not hot here, but I saw a lot of seductresses on the way. They were wearing revealing clothes and tried to seduce me." Smack! Han Fei immediately slapped him. "Hey, those are the clam girls and mermaids in the undersea city. The living habits on the ground are different. Who would seduce you for no reason?" Fengxing asked, "Then why do I feel a little restless?" Fengqingqing couldn't bear it anymore. "Shut up. Don't talk." Fengxing snorted inwardly. After a while, he suddenly said, "Yi, why do you have to ride a sea creature when you travel? Is it your original spirit?" Chen Yi said, "Master Xing, Little Green is not my companion spirit, but our relationship is no worse than my companion spirit. That's because the divine capital dynasty advocates interracial cooperation. Firstly, it's to prevent creatures like us from having too many children because we have nothing to do. Secondly, it's to make progress together and promote our growth. Thirdly, it's convenient." Han Fei thought to himself, it's just like buying a car. Having a car is more comfortable than running around on foot. Soon, while Fengxing was talking, Han Fei and the others came to a place where resources were sold that covered an area of thousands of square kilometers in a land city. This shop was called the Zhao Family Resource Trading Center. It was obvious that this was a family business. It occupied such a large area, and there were many people queuing up here to exchange or sell resources. Han Fei knew that it couldn't be a simple force that could afford to buy so many qualification tokens. As soon as the three of them arrived, a powerhouse at the peak level of the Pioneer Sea State flew over. When this person saw Han Fei and the others, he quickly cupped his hands to them. "I'm Zhao Chang. Nice to meet you, masters." Chen Yi hurriedly said, "Master Han Fei, Master Xinglu. This is Uncle Zhao, who is also my father's comrade-in-arms. It was through Uncle Zhao's connections that I was able to get the best price." Zhao Chang said, respectfully, "Masters, I am one of the stewards of the number 13 Zhao Family Resource Trading Center. I can guarantee that the price offered by the Zhao family is a full 10% higher than that of other resource trading centers. The Zhao family can rank in the top 10 in the entire Divine Capital Dynasty. You can rest assured." Han Fei nodded slightly. This Zhao Chang was at the peak level of the Pioneer Sea State and was one of the stewards of a large resource trading center. He was probably trying to help Han Fei out of their old friendship. Otherwise, the other party could simply charge the normal price. In any case, it didn't matter if the other party wanted to sell it or not. Such a superpower did not lack resources. Han Fei nodded. "Okay, then make the arrangements quickly." This kind of huge transaction was naturally handled by the steward himself, and Zhao Chang was just a middleman. And the steward of the resource trading center here seemed to have known about this long ago, so he led them to the Zhao family's house to talk. Seeing this steward, Han Fei nodded slightly. This person was at the late stage of the star transformation realm. Han Fei was not surprised that this person was in charge of such a large resource trading center. And those at the late stage of the star transformation realm would not care about this kind of thing. So this steward was only at the late stage of the star transformation realm, and it seemed that he had just reached the star transformation realm. "Three guests. I am Zhao Kai from the number 13 Trade Center. Zhao Chang has already reported the situation. It is said that you have a lot of qualification tokens. I wonder if you know the specific number?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "We have 362 Pioneer C qualification tokens and 569 Heaven opening qualification tokens, which is quite a lot. With the Zhao family's wealth, it should not be a big problem to buy these qualification tokens." Zhao Kai's heart shook slightly. Although he knew that this was a big deal, he did not expect it to be so big. 569 Heaven opening qualification tokens. To be able to grab so many qualification tokens, the other party's strength was evident. Zhao Kai laughed. "Of course, it's not a big problem. My Zhao family's price will be fair. Please wait a moment. I will go and get the resources." Just as Zhao Kai was entertaining Han Fei and the others, he suddenly saw a heaven-opening powerhouse flying over. This person was not from the number 13 Trade Center. He might be from the Zhao family. Zhao Kai couldn't help but frown, thinking that this person was here to snatch the deal. He immediately said, "Brother Cheng, why are you here?" "I am making an appointment with a big client. Why don't you wait for me for a while, and I will have a drink with you later?" However, the person shook his head slightly, glanced at Han Fei and the others, and then directly transmitted his voice to them. Zhao Kai's face immediately changed, and he looked at Han Fei and the others in surprise. Han Fei and Feng Qingqing felt that something was wrong. Han Fei said, "What happened?" "This," the person said. "Guests, I am afraid we can't do this business." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? Are you going to use a few words to dismiss me?" Han Fei's gaze landed on Zhao Cheng. What a terrifying gaze! He was almost stunned. Although he was angry, he did not dare to flare up because he knew who these people were. In any case, they were not people he could provoke. Zhao Kai hurriedly said, "Your Excellency Han Fei, today's matter is the Zhao family's fault. But to be honest, someone from the Heaven Clan has issued a warning that anyone who dares to do business with you three will face the wrath of the Heaven Clan. I am afraid that no one in the divine capital dynasty dares to do business with you three. Chapter 23-24. The ant-like Tian clan has gone too far. Feng Xinglu was still celebrating the fact that he was about to receive a large amount of resources. But when it was time to hand over the money, something unexpected happened. Feng Qingqing said, "It seems that they can't threaten Brother Han Fei in the wilderness, so they have to suppress you in this way." Not far away, Qin Yi quietly looked at Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang's expression changed slightly. He looked at Qin Yi, whose face had turned pale, and shook his head slightly. This matter involved the celestial race. There was a reason for this, and even Feng Xinglu couldn't blame it on the Zhao family. After a few moments of silence, Han Fei said lightly, "How big is the Tian clan's property in the divine capital dynasty?" Zhao Kai was startled. He thought to himself, "Do you want to fight with the Tian clan in terms of background?" But this wasn't a big problem, so Zhao Kai said the celestial race is a large power. Basically, they will participate in all the people's livelihood and cultivation industries. For example, resource trading centers, weapon forging workshops, alchemy rooms. Han Fei turned around. "Yes, all right, this matter has nothing to do with your Zhao clan. Since we can't do business, we won't stay for long." With that, Han Fei glanced at Qin Yi. "Let's go." Qin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid. He didn't know if Han Fei would vent his anger on him. How could he have known that something like this would happen? He was still dumbfounded, not knowing why a superforce like the Tian clan would attack Han Fei and the others. After Han Fei left, Zhao Cheng let out a long sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I came in time and the deal was not completed. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Zhao Kai slightly frowned. "Is this Han Fei?" "Zhao Cheng, that's right. He heard that he killed a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator from the Tian clan and extorted a lot of resources from the Tian clan. Until now, no one knows his exact origins. They only know that the two beside him are the proud sons of the divine Phoenix clan of the Southern Sea." Zhao Kai said, "I heard that this person is incomparably ruthless. He dares to challenge the Celestials in the wilderness. It was a pity that he was not from the divine prefecture of the East Sea. It would be difficult for him to do anything in the divine capital dynasty. But I reckon that the Tian clan's actions this time might set up a great enemy for them in the other divine provinces." Zhao Cheng, yeah, right? Just Feng Xinglu alone had been holding back his anger. It was said that the #1 expert on the heaven list, Feng Yu, had also come. #1 on the heaven list. The Phoenix divine race is not to be underestimated. I wonder if these two sides will meet in this 10,000-year competition. Han Fei was also furious. If he sold all the qualification tokens he had, he could also sell more than 900,000 kilometers worth of resources. In the end, because of a few words from the Tian clan, the qualification token in his hand couldn't be sold. How could he not be angry? Phoenix Star Flow's anger came from being targeted. He had never been targeted like this before. Han Fei's anger was hatred. Cutting off his path to wealth was like killing his parents. How could Han Fei feel at ease if he didn't take revenge? However, Han Fei's top priority was to sell the qualification token. If this thing fell into his hands, it would be a waste of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers of resources. He had just achieved celestial transformation, and in the future he might need a lot of resources, and this qualification token was a very generous amount of resources. Feng Xinglu cursed. "No, I can't take this. When I get back to the South Sea Divine Prefecture, I will have my family suppress all the Sky Clan's forces there." Feng Qingqing said, "If you suppress them, won't they suppress the Phoenix Divine Race? You know, the Phoenix Divine Race also has some forces in the East Sea Divine Prefecture." Feng Xinglu said, "But I can't let them bully me. I've never been so angry in my life. It's not easy for me to earn resources, If I bring them back, how glorious will it be? Just because of those ants of the Sky Clan, they cut off my path to wealth. Then, Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei. What do you think? How about we fight the Sky Clan in the 10,000-year competition? Feng Xingliu was also very like a bandit now. This was all taught by Han Fei. If there was a first, there would be a second. Feng Xing Liu had robbed so many times, and killed more than once as well. Naturally, he grew up very quickly. Han Fei said lightly, "Don't panic. These big clans in the Divine Capital Dynasty are threatened by the Sky Clan. But don't forget, there are many people who came to the Divine Capital Dynasty to participate in the 10,000-year competition. There were a lot of people who had the money to buy the qualification token. As long as you find the right user group, you don't have to worry about not selling the qualification token. Besides, I don't believe that the Divine Capital Dynasty will be afraid of the Sky Clan." At this moment, Han Fei looked at Qin Yi, who hurriedly lowered his head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Master Han Fei, Master Xingliu. I really didn't know." Han Fei said lightly, "It's not your fault. Feng Xingliu, and I won't blame you. Back to what I asked you the first time. Do you know where those guys who are injured and deprived of their qualification tokens are?" Chen Yi hurriedly said, "Master Han Fei, those people are too scattered. However, because they don't have the qualification token, they can't live in rotating Star City number 1, or they can only live within 3,000 kilometers. I can go to the major inns and ask them. Most likely, I can find a place where they are concentrated." Han Fei thought for a moment. "No, it's really troublesome to find them one by one. You may be familiar with the Divine Capital Dynasty, but you are just a peak-level explorer. It's hard for you to find out where the strong are staying with your strength and identity." Han Fei said, "Maybe we don't have to sell the qualification token to these big families. The Divine Capital Dynasty is a peerless dynasty above the divine land of the East Sea, and it has the Dongwu Great Emperor. The Heavenly Clan can threaten these big families, but can they threaten the royal family?" Feng Qingqing's eyes lit up. "Yes, the royal family is extremely powerful and can suppress the entire gate of heaven, if we can cooperate with them. But there's a problem. The Heavenly Clan has been in the divine land of the East Sea for many years. The royal family of the Divine Capital Dynasty doesn't have to offend the Heavenly Clan for this matter, and the Heavenly Clan may have a good relationship with the royal family of the Divine Capital Dynasty." Qin Yi was shocked. "Do they want to do business with the royal family?" Qin Yi said, "Well, Master Han Fei, the royal family of the Divine Capital Dynasty only collects taxes. They will not participate in the sale of qualification tokens." "Oh." Han Fei frowned slightly. If that was the case, did he have to go to the crossing? The crossing should be almost at the Divine Capital Dynasty now. However, if the South Arch helped him, he would owe her another favor. Although Han Fei felt that it was nothing to owe her a favor for nearly 1,000,000 kilometers of resources, but the price of a favor might not necessarily be the same in the future. Han Fei knew that he couldn't help the South Arch at all now. If the South Arch valued him, he would be happy to owe her another favor. But Han Fei was not used to it. He never liked to owe people favors. Besides, it was a favor owed to a venerable emperor, which was not a simple thing. Even if he had to owe someone, he couldn't owe someone like the South Arch. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. "Damn, how could I forget the navigational globe?" Han Fei immediately said, "Qin Yi, give me a map of the Divine Capital Dynasty." Qin Yi was dumbfounded. What's the use? Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing didn't know what Han Fei was doing either. After a while, Han Fei took Qin Yi back to residence A306. With a thought from Han Fei, a miniaturized map of the Divine Capital Dynasty appeared like a three-dimensional projection. Han Fei grabbed the navigational globe and stood in the projection. As the navigational globe rotated, he soon located a place. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing's eyes widened. "That works." Feng Xingliu sniffed. "Qingqing, Can we also get a holy artifact like this? It's so powerful. Feng Qingqing said, "It's not something you can get." Qin Yi was even more dumbfounded. He didn't know what Han Fei was doing. At this time, Han Fei suddenly said, "Qin Yi, what is the Fighting Dragon Street?" Huh. Chen Yi froze for a moment and then hurriedly said, "Master Han Fei, the Fighting Dragon Street is not a place you can go casually." Han Fei said, "Tell me about it." Qin Yi was a little scared. "Master, almost all the rich kids of the divine capital dynasty gather on the Fighting Dragon Street. The whole street is full of consumption, and it's full of blood and violence. The most terrifying life and death ring of the divine capital dynasty is there. Ordinary people can't even get in if they don't have a powerful background, or they can go in as gladiators." Feng Qingqing frowned slightly. "There's such a place in the divine capital dynasty?" Qin Yi nodded. "In the Fighting Dragon Street, everything is chaotic and disorderly. It's basically a lawless place. It's said that in the divine capital dynasty, countless rich kids loafed around and later angered the great Dongwu Emperor. He ordered them to build a street called the Fighting Dragon Street. He said that those rich kids should die inside and those who dared to do evil outside should be killed." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Wow." Feng Xingliu was puzzled. "It sounds like my cousin Feng Yi, who has nothing better to do than fight all day long." Han Fei immediately grinned. "Good place. Qin Yi, take us there." Qin Yi panicked. "Well, Master Han Fei, that place is full of accidents," Han Fei said. "What can happen to you with me here? Don't worry, just lead the way." Chapter 23-25. Hearing that, Feng Qingqing felt a headache. Feng Xingliu's personality had changed a lot during the time she spent with Han Fei. Although she was more scheming, she was more arrogant than before. More importantly, Han Fei took Feng Xingliu to experience things that she had never experienced before and often stimulated her. As a result, Feng Xingliu was very good at getting in touch with new things. On the way to Fighting Dragon Street, Feng Qingqing took out a delicate flame emblem. It seemed to have a special function. Han Fei was curious. "What's this?" Feng Qingqing nodded. "Oh, this is the totem token of my family. We can communicate with people far away with it, as long as they have it." Han Fei was shocked. "Isn't this the kind that can talk to people tens of thousands of years away? It's like the war god altar, just like the fire curtain after he sacrificed himself. He could chat with the war god." Feng Xingliu asked casually, "Where is Feng Yu?" Feng Qingqing said she should be in the divine capital dynasty. In fact, Feng Qingqing didn't know where Feng Yu was either. She sent a message to Feng Yu to save the day. Whether or not Han Fei had the support of a superpower, Han Fei obviously didn't know much about the big families. He seemed to be used to being reckless and had a sense of lawlessness. Therefore, Han Fei didn't have any concept of a place like Fighting Dragon Street. It was just a bunch of rich kids. How could he be afraid of them? Feng Xingliu was thinking the same thing. "I'm a heavenly talent. How can a bunch of rich kids compare to me?" But Feng Qingqing was different. Although she was young, she had read a lot of books and was skeptical about many things. Chen Yi was just an explorer, so he thought that Fighting Dragon Street was a place where the rich kids of the divine capital dynasty were banished. But Feng Qingqing thought that she couldn't just look at the surface. In such a chaotic place, the Grand Shin Du dynasty had appeared. Was it really just for a bunch of idle playboys to play around? Their goal was clear, so they moved fast. In less than an hour, they came to the 1001 island on the surface. The name of this island was quite unique. He called it Fighting Dragon Island. Fighting Dragon Island was 120,000 kilometers long. It wasn't a large island. Compared to other islands, it was very small. However, the people of Turong Island seemed to be very tough. As soon as they arrived at the Fighting Dragon Island, they saw a few law enforcers fighting each other. Yes, Han Fei was sure that they were just children. Perhaps it was because the cultivation environment in the divine capital dynasty was too good. The children born here were not too bad, so it was a very fast thing for them to grow to the law enforcer realm. This was the difference between the core of the East Ocean, the divine capital dynasty, and the Yin heaven, where Han Fei used to be. The starting line of the divine capital dynasty was completely different from the starting line of the Yin heaven. The starting line of these children might be the finishing line of Han Fei's group. Oh no, it might be too far over the finish line. At this moment, the two youths were beating each other up. They held large bone clubs in their hands and were smashing each other's heads. Clang, 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 you hit it, I hit it, both of us bleeding from the 7 apertures, but it didn't matter. Feng Xing Lu couldn't help but say, "Are they stupid? Are they practicing the iron head technique?" Chen Yi said that they're just competing to see who can take a beating. Behind them, there is a sun moon shell. They are gambling. Feng Xing Lu was speechless. Feng Qingqing, Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. Interesting. Chen Yi, we've arrived. You can go back now. Well, Chen Yi thought of his duty as a guide, and then he heard Han Fei say, "After all, you are from the divine capital dynasty. You don't need to meddle in the affairs here. Go." Yes, Master Han Fei. When he came to a place where he needed to be reasonable, Han Fei's wild character was exposed. As a matter of fact, he scanned through half of Battle Dragon Island with his perception. Han Fei wanted to scan the entire Fighting Dragon Island, but his perception was shattered halfway, so he didn't see the other half of the Fighting Dragon Island. But even so, Han Fei found where the legendary Fighting Dragon Street was. The Fighting Dragon Island was the worst place that Han Fei had ever seen in the divine capital dynasty. External battles often broke out here, so many places showed signs of collapse. The so-called Fighting Dragon Street was a road with a length of 80,000 kilometers. The street was so wide that it couldn't be believed. The street was 3,000 kilometers wide, but there was nothing in the middle, only a flat avenue. After Han Fei's perception swept across, hundreds of perceptions immediately swept over. For a time, all kinds of cries came over. Someone shouted, "Which son of a B***TCH dares to scan the Fighting Dragon Street with his perception? Do you want to die?" Someone scolded, "What the F***CK? Is the Fighting Dragon Street a place for you to behave atrociously? I'm doing something and you saw everything. If you don't give an explanation, don't even think about leaving the Fighting Dragon Island today." Someone sneered, "Stranger, do you know what will happen to you if you break into the Fighting Dragon Street?" Someone was too lazy to curse, so he simply shouted, "Come on, bring those people to me, and make them kowtow and admit their mistakes." A shop owner on the Fighting Dragon Street smiled. "Interesting. Newcomers. They have the qualification token for the major competition. They are outsiders." Someone clicked his tongue in wonder. "I can't see through their strength, but the other one has just turned into a star. He doesn't seem to be very strong. Why did he bring a peak-level C expansion cultivator?" At this time, Feng Xingliu said, "A lot of people are coming." Han Fei said, "Don't panic. Let's fight them." Huh. Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. "Wait, we don't know anything yet, and we're going to fight them?" Han Fei said, "In such a place, there's no need to be reasonable. The more chaotic the place is, the more strength speaks. Fight first, and then do things. You have to integrate into different circles, so you have to do things differently." The void trembled, and someone stepped out of the void, pointing at Han Fei and Feng Xingliu. "Who are you? How dare you mess around on the Fighting Dragon Street? You're courting death." BM. The group of heaven-opening state powerhouses on the verge of turning into stars just came to call for help. They were used to being fierce and didn't expect that someone would attack them. He ignored his own strength, so he was kicked to the ground by Han Fei. This person was kicked into the void and flew 8,000 kilometers in the void with a hole in his chest. Wow, so strong. Outside, someone roared, "You blind guy, come to the Fighting Dragon Street if you dare." The Fighting Dragon Street was 80,000 kilometers long and 3,000 kilometers wide. Many people were already waiting there. Han Fei could see that the whole street was sealed by a barrier, and the ground was paved with special black bricks. But even so, many places were damaged. Obviously, battles often took place here. Han Fei said with a smile, "Xingliu, let me read you a poem." Feng Xingliu was stunned. "Poem? What's that?" Han Fei said with a faint smile, "Listen carefully. The first line is, although there are thousands of people, I will go forward." "Shoot." Feng Xingliu was refreshed. Why did this line fit the scene in front of him so well? Feng Qingqing's eyes also lit up. She felt that the line was good, but for some reason it was a bit weird. Han Fei continued, "Holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world." Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei in shock. Is he so arrogant? Is this Han Fei's belief? When the sea is boundless, the sky is the shore. When the mountain is at the top, I am the peak. Since ancient times, the strong have always been lonely. Only the crazy have left their names. Lonely at the peak, I seek defeat. When I step on the Fighting Dragon Street, no one can defeat me. F*CK, F*CK, F*CK. Feng Xingliu felt that Han Fei had suddenly let go of himself for no reason. Although he wanted to learn it, he really couldn't come up with the words. Mainly because the words were too domineering. Feng Xingliu might not believe it, but he almost wanted to punch Han Fei in the face. Feng Qingqing opened his mouth, took out the flame emblem again, and sent a message, "Sister, it's out of control. Han Fei has let go of himself and is challenging the Fighting Dragon Street alone." Oh no, he's dragging Feng Xingliu with him. Han Fei stepped into the Fighting Dragon Street, and Feng Xingliu followed him. Feng Qingqing just watched the battle and wasn't worried. Besides, she had the jade slip to protect her. Even if the Supreme Emperor came in person, he couldn't kill her, so she followed them in. Immediately, when Han Fei entered the Fighting Dragon Street, a star transformation overlord suddenly attacked with a stick, roaring like a dragon. Han Fei also roared, and his fist mark floated in the air, carrying a huge force. With a loud clang, the ultra-quality long stick was bent. Half of the attacker's body exploded, and he was sent flying for 30,000 miles. Someone attacked Feng Xingliu. The latter grabbed the fire feather in the air and shot an arrow. A star transformation overlord's body exploded, and he was burned to ashes. "Who?" Feng Xingliu exclaimed, his heart trembling. "Can people fight like this in the main city of the divine capital dynasty? I'm so strong. I can't believe I can be so strong." On the other side, Han Fei attacked again and again. He used the sacrificing punch. A overlord who obviously had mastered the great law of strength thought Han Fei had also mastered the great law of strength and was ready to fight Han Fei. Han Fei punched out a spiral storm and crushed the sky of the Fighting Dragon Street. All the others who were about to attack were forced to dodge. Han Fei roared, "My name is Han Fei Dugachiobai. I heard that there are many overlords in the Fighting Dragon Street, so I'm here to fight." Chapter 23-26. Why was Han Fei so interested in the Fighting Dragon Street as soon as he heard that it was the most chaotic place in the divine capital dynasty and that it was a gathering place for rich playboys? The main reason was that Han Fei thought it was easy to make money from the rich, regardless of whether the Fighting Dragon Street was a concentration camp for the rich or not. According to Chen Ye's description, the people here were aggressive, rich, capricious, and messy. It was precisely such a place that the heavenly clans shouldn't be involved in. Han Fei admitted that the gate of heaven was very powerful in the divine land of the East Sea. Maybe the divine capital dynasty was also inextricably linked to the gate of heaven. However, Not everyone in this world was afraid of the heavenly clans. For example, the rich kids in the major forces. These people had always been a group of fearless guys. Only when they suffered losses and were beaten might they have a trace of fear. However, as long as you didn't kill them, they could find someone to kill you with their status. As for whether there were rich kids in the heaven-opening realm, Han Fei firmly believed that there were. One of the most typical was Feng Xingliu. Although Feng Xingliu didn't act like a rich kid, he was a spendthrift, wasn't he? Didn't he call me an ant? Didn't he fear the heavenly clans by following me? Bullied by the heavenly clans, he would go back to the divine land of the South Sea to destroy the forces of the heavenly clans, right? These were the typical characteristics of rich kids, and it had nothing to do with what realm you were in. As long as your family was powerful enough, as long as you were willing to invest, even a pig might be dragged to the heaven-opening realm, let alone a human being. And Han Fei also had some ideas about how to deal with rich kids. First of all, he had to provoke them. People who were angry were the most irrational. At this moment, Han Fei didn't want to sell the qualification token for money, so he came here to make some money first. Sure enough, when Han Fei shouted the slogan, Dugu Qiubai, the Fighting Dragon Street exploded. What an arrogant son of a bitch. If I don't kill you today, how can the Fighting Dragon Street face? You're courting death. All of you attack. Kill these two for me. Since Han Fei dared to break into the Fighting Dragon Street, these people dared to gang up on him. They were not stupid. They could tell that Han Fei and Feng Xingliu were not weak. In fact, they were extremely strong. Ordinary celestial transformation powerhouses could not even last a round against them. However, there were only two of them in the end, and there were many powerhouses on Dolong Street. However, being a hedonistic son of a rich family didn't mean that he was a fool. When these people ordered their subordinates to attack, they basically ordered one thing. Before they're killed, I want to know everything about them. At the end of Dolong Street, there was an expert who looked like a young master. He had placed a throne across the street and was lying comfortably on it. In front of him, on both sides, stood two bodyguards at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm. This person directly shouted, "Everyone listen up. Those who haven't turned into stars, get off the stage and scram. Set up the Fighting Dragon formation. Every family will send 2 people. We can't just let everyone out on the street. It will make our Fighting Dragon Street look like a mess and make people look down on us for no reason." With this young master's command, 2/3 of the hundreds of heaven-opening experts who had suddenly appeared were gone. There were less than 200 people left, but these 200 people were all celestial transformation powerhouses. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. It was just AF * King Street, and there were more than 200 celestial transformation powerhouses. There must be more powerhouses who hadn't made a move yet. The Divine Capital Dynasty, the strongest in the Divine East Sea, really deserved its reputation. To be precise, there were 192 people here. These people stood in pairs on the side of the road, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, waiting for Han Fei and Feng Xingliu to move forward. Then he heard the young master say to Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, "How many years has it been since I saw outsiders dare to break into Dolong Street? Since you're here, let's go to the end. Don't leave. You too, if either of you dares to run, I'll send out 10 late-stage celestial transformation powerhouses to kill you." Han Fei sneered. "I'll take a step back and consider this my loss. I heard that there are trash from the celestial race in Dolong Street all year round. I wonder if this information is correct? If it's correct, get on the ground and wait for me to beat you up." Han Fei didn't know if there were people from the celestial race in Dolong Street, but he didn't care. It didn't cost him anything to shout. He could also give these people the illusion that he came here because he heard that there were people from the celestial race in Dolong Street. Hiss! When Han Fei shouted this, even the young master who spoke was a little stunned. Celestial race? Is this AF * King villain provoked by the celestial race? Someone gasped. Good Lord, what a big talk. Asking the celestial race to kneel on the ground and wait for him? Have the outsiders become so arrogant? And to Han Fei's surprise, a dozen people stood up at that time. Where did this stinky fish and shrimp come from? How dare you challenge the celestial race? Han Fei chuckled. He was just playing blind. The reason why he shouted was mainly because the gate of heaven frequently came and went in the divine capital dynasty. And after beating up Yi Yuan and the others of the celestial race, he learned that these people were more or less arrogant. Since this Dolong Street was said to gather all the playboys of the divine capital dynasty, there should be one or two people from the celestial race, right? As expected, there really was one. Seeing this person stand up, Han Fei grinned. Okay, don't leave if you have the guts. I'll give you a chance to call more people. You'd better call as many as you can. Otherwise, you won't be able to fight me. The young master of the celestial race frowned. You're just an ant. You think you can take down Dolong Street with just two people? What a joke. Han Fei immediately looked at Feng Xingliu. He had already attracted a lot of hatred. If he asked Feng Xingliu to speak again, this guy would attract as much hatred as he did. Han Fei also said to him via voice transmission, Xingliu, if you take down this street, you will be the brightest guy on this street. From then on, the entire divine capital dynasty will know you. Feng Xingliu. Feng, you can fight his way to the top of the heaven roll of the Middle Ocean divine land. It shouldn't be a problem for you to take down a street, right? The Phoenix Star Black Spirit was shaken. Then he grinned and said, A mere street is like an ant to me. Feng, Xingliu pointed at the people of the celestial race and said, You ants of the celestial race are not qualified to crawl on the ground and lick my feet. If I don't ruin the reputation of the celestial race today, I won't walk out of this street today. On both sides of the street, luxurious shops stood, and all kinds of fops and experts were watching the show. Many people were puzzled. It turned out that those two seemed to have a grudge against the celestial race. Even the young master at the end of Dolong Street said, Go and find out who the celestial race has pissed off recently. I'm afraid these two came to the wrong place. An old servant in the late stage of the star transformation realm said, Young master, the one who used fire just now should be from the Phoenix race of the South Sea divine land. From this point of view, they should be the two who defeated the 4 heavenly talents of the celestial race in tomorrow's camp. As for their names, one is called Han Fei, and the other is called Feng Xingliu. Oh, so that's how it is. I heard about the battle in tomorrow's camp. I heard that not only the 4 heavenly talents of the celestial race were suppressed, but also more than 30 heavenly talents after the star transformation realm. It seems that that person's strength is not low. The old servant said, Even if they are extremely talented and strong, it's impossible for them to defeat the Dolong Street alone. It's hard to describe how strong their divine soul is, unless their mental resilience is extremely high and their strength can remain at the late stage of the star transformation realm. The young master said, I heard that Feng Yu, the number 1 on the heaven list of the Phoenix god race, is also here this time? The old servant nodded. Yes, if it's that person, I'm afraid the Dolong Street really can't find anyone to challenge her. According to the intelligence from the sea divine land, Feng, you once fought the god Metamorphosis and won in the end. She can't be underestimated. The young master nodded slightly. Then don't kill them. Leave them alive. When that person comes to ask for them, give them to her. The young master calmly crossed his legs. At the forefront of Dolong Street, the battle had already begun. Dong, dong, dong. Hula, hula, hula. Han Fei's fist marks were invincible, and all his skills could hurt the body and attack the soul. He defeated more than 20 people along the way, full of murderous intent. Feng Xingliu was in a good mood. The fire phoenix was born, and the terrifying heat swept across the Dolong Street. His fire phoenix divine technique burned the bodies of 7 or 8 people. However, Feng Xingliu wasn't Han Fei after all. Although he seemed to be fighting fiercely, he was also under a lot of pressure. It wasn't a problem for him to defeat a dozen ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. But those who were sent to the Dolong Street couldn't be ordinary at all. After taking down 7 or 8 people, Feng Xingliu was a bit exhausted. He couldn't defeat all the opponents as invincible as Han Fei. Feng Qingqing watched from the back. A dazzling pearl appeared on the surface of her body and surrounded her. Whenever the air ripples came, she couldn't be shaken at all. She kind of understood what Han Fei meant. He was helping Feng Xingliu make a breakthrough. Feng Xingliu was very strong, but she had never been able to reach his limit. Even during training, it was very rare to see such a besieging tactic. Feng Xingliu could defeat 10 or 20 people, but could he defeat 100? If he could defeat 100 people, his path would definitely reach a new height. Chapter 23-27. Only 100 seconds after Han Fei and Feng Xingliu entered the Fighting Dragon Street, almost all the strong masters on the Fighting Dragon Island gathered here. When Han Fei and Feng Xingliu entered the Fighting Dragon Street for 300 seconds, everyone saw the fact that Han Fei was better at fighting than Feng Xingliu. Although Feng Xingliu's battle was violent, he couldn't last long. He used a lot of big moves. He could barely keep up with Han Fei in the beginning, but as time went on, he couldn't keep up with Han Fei. The price of using a lot of big moves was that if your big move was seen by others, they might infer a countermeasure. Even if this countermeasure couldn't really block Feng Xingliu's attack, it could at least block it for a while. Also, when using a big move, in addition to consuming one's own strength, it also tested one's spiritual strength. Even if he was at the late stage of the star transformation realm, it was impossible for him to defeat so many strong masters in the sky-opening realm. They were not cabbages that could be easily defeated. Back then, in the number 3 land of recovery, 500 or 600 evil spirits could stall in Taiping and the others. Although they couldn't stop them in the end, they still made them lose at least 50% of their combat power. But these people in front of him were all star transformation realm strong masters. How could ordinary evil spirits compare to them? Even Han Fei didn't dare to say that he could really defeat all of them by himself. This was why he took Feng Xingliu with him. Although Feng Xingliu couldn't defeat hundreds of people, if he really stimulated his potential, he could definitely defeat 50 of them. After all, this was not the Fighting Dragon life and death arena. These people wouldn't risk their lives to fight Han Fei and the others. Bam! Someone poked Han Fei in the chest with a long rod. The force was violent, and the waves spread thousands of kilometers. But Han Fei didn't retreat at all. He held the rod with both hands and pulled it out suddenly. A terrifying force came. The other party didn't dare to get close to Han Fei and directly threw away the rod, an ultra-quality, sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The ultra-quality, sea-quelling bizarre treasure struggled crazily, trying to get out of Han Fei's control. Han Fei snorted. "How dare you be so fierce with a lousy weapon?" Han Fei raised his knee and pulled down with both hands. Crack! BM! Under the horrified gazes of countless people, an ultra-quality, sea-quelling bizarre treasure rod was broken in half by Han Fei and thrown to the ground casually. He didn't have any room to retreat from the man opposite Han Fei. Since he was already on the Fighting Dragon Street, he had no choice but to brace himself to come up with a challenge. Since the long staff was useless, he took out a large axe. A thick and sharp light bloomed on the axe. Han Fei stretched out his hands, and gloves appeared on his hands. Boom! With one punch, that person's hands were shattered into pieces. The giant axe flew out and disappeared into the void. At this moment, Han Fei had already defeated more than 50 people along the way. The onlookers cried out in alarm. This guy's body is so strong. He broke an ultra-quality, sea-quelling bizarre treasure with his bare hands. Doesn't it mean that his body can resist a divine weapon? This guy has been fighting with his fists since the beginning. Could he be from the Fist Radiance Mountain? There's a ruthless person in this generation of Fist Radiance Mountain. A casual punch from this person has the power of over 10 million waves. What kind of concept is that? His corporeal body could rival Transforming Star late stage. If he were to utilize some secret technique's power, Heavenly Law's power, and all sorts of other boosts, this person's battle strength would perhaps be comparable to great late stage Transforming Star. I don't think so. If he was only comparable to great late stage Transforming Star, would he dare to challenge the Fighting Dragon Street with 2 people? Are there no late stage Transforming Star cultivators in the Fighting Dragon Street? Fire Phoenix, surging fire tide. At this time, Feng Xingliu had just defeated more than 30 people. But Han Fei could see that Feng Xingliu had already reached the climax of the battle. At this rate, he probably wouldn't last long. More than 100 seconds later, when Feng Xingliu defeated the 39th person, someone activated the deadly stinger and took advantage of Feng Xingliu's momentary chaos to attack him. Still, Han Fei stole a moment of time from that person. In the next moment, Feng Xingliu had already reacted and swept his sword, burning the stinger with flames. Feng Xingliu didn't notice this. He felt very tired now, and felt that both he and Han Fei were too careless. It was too difficult for the 2 of them to fight 200 people. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to move until the second half of the battle. Han Fei said, "Feng Xingliu, do you want to be on the heaven list? Do you want to go to the Zhonghai Divine Land? Do you want to surpass Feng Yu? If you want to, then let me beat you until you have no strength left in your body." Huh. Feng Xingliu's eyes were spewing fire as he roared, "You ants, come on together!" Feng Yu had arrived at the Divine Capital Dynasty a long time ago. She was just invited by the royal family of the Divine Capital Dynasty to visit a princess. When the flame emblem lit up, Feng Yu glanced around and then said to the princess, "Lanxin, do you know this place called the Fighting Dragon Street?" The princess, who was tasting tea, was slightly surprised. "Fighting Dragon Street? That's not a good place. Why do you suddenly ask about this, Miss Yu?" Feng Yu stood up and said, "2 of my family members have gone to the Fighting Dragon Street. I have to go and take a look." "Huh? The Fighting Dragon Street?" The princess, named Lanxin, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The Fighting Dragon Street is full of experts. How can 2 people go there? Half an hour later, Feng Xingliu couldn't fight anymore. He had only fought 48 people and felt exhausted, lacking in strength, and his soul was extremely sore. This soreness was partly caused by his outburst, and partly because he was beaten like this. At this moment, Han Fei had defeated more than 80 people, but he suddenly turned back and came to Feng Xingliu. "When I was fighting, there were maids who massaged your feet. When I was fighting, you might be sleeping in a rocking chair. When I was fighting for resources, you might be complaining about a pile of garbage in your family's treasure vault. When I was fighting for resources, someone might have already sent the resources to you, but you were wondering why you didn't cultivate. Xingliu, you have to pay for what you've done. Where is your divine power? Where is your flame? Where is the blood of the divine phoenix flowing in your body? Ignite it and let it burn fiercely. Look, I'm almost through, and you're only halfway through. Don't you want to catch up with me? Feng Xingliu, when you break through this street, you will be the most handsome guy on this street. You will be famous. You will shake the Divine Capital Dynasty, and you will impress the Phoenix Divine Clan." Feng Xingliu heard Han Fei's shouts at this moment, but he didn't have time to speak, which would make his breath chaotic. But a fire was burning in his heart. He didn't quite understand Han Fei's meaning before, but now he knew that Han Fei was squeezing his strength. He was also wondering why Han Fei could break through, but why couldn't he? And the eyes of the other people watching the battle, including many playboys on the Fighting Dragon Street, turned cold. These 2 guys were actually using the Fighting Dragon Street as a whetstone. Someone shouted, "Go, kill them for me." two powerhouses at the late stage of the heaven-opening realm slashed down with a long knife, carrying the Tao of destruction. One of them could form a strange seal and gather an invisible cage with the power of the heavenly path. When the two forces shrouded him, Han Fei's eyes turned cold, and he struck back. The sacrificing punch merged with the grand momentum dragon fist, and when he punched out, it was like a dragon soaring into the sky. Bam! Bam! The barrier exploded, and the knife light turned into powder. The two powerhouses joined forces to fight back, and half of their bodies were annihilated and blood splashed everywhere. Han Fei's punch didn't stop, and it went all the way to the end of the Fighting Dragon Street. In front of the young master, an old servant at the late stage of the star transformation realm reached out and grabbed, and the power of the great path gathered. Bam! The ripples shook, but it didn't affect the young master at all. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the young master's mouth. This person is indeed very strong. The old servant nodded slightly. This person's fist mark has the will of invincibility. He didn't show it before because he didn't fight to the point of full power. Now we can be sure that it is the path of invincibility. Oh, the path of invincibility? No wonder he dares to come to the Fighting Dragon Street. He is using the Fighting Dragon Street to sharpen his knife, to fight the Heavenly Clan, and to make a name for himself. However, only those who can walk the path of invincibility can be considered invincible. Roar! Hula! At that moment, Feng Xingliu broke out. He began to burn his blood and crazily circulate the great path. In his origin sea, the earth veins were trembling, and in his origin sea, the star core was solidifying, continuously producing Taoist rhymes. I, Feng Xingliu, am the most handsome guy on this street. Divine technique, arrow chi like a phoenix, Feng Xingliu broke out. His body was torn apart, and the burning crimson blood was as thick as magma. The flames around his body turned into arrows. A spear light pierced through the void, but before it could get close to him, it was melted by the terrifying heat wave. A sword tide surged and also stopped 10,000 feet away from Feng Xingliu. A strange poison like a snake evaporated from 10,000 feet away. For a moment, all kinds of great techniques were launched, but none of them could get close to him. Han Fei looked at the remaining 20 or so people on his half of the street. They knew that they couldn't defeat Han Fei, so the matter of defeating Han Fei didn't fall on their heads. However, at this moment, even they couldn't help but marvel at the huge potential and terrifying strength of these two people. Although the 10,000-year competition hadn't started yet, they knew that these two people would definitely show their talents in the 10,000-year competition. When Feng Yu was still some distance away from the Fighting Dragon Street, she suddenly felt the arrival of a fire phoenix. Bloodline Second Awakening? Isn't this feeling the fire phoenix divine technique after burning one's blood essence? Chapter 23-28. What Han Fei wanted to do was to provoke Feng Xingliu. No matter whether Feng Xingliu was stupid or not, the Phoenix Divine Clan was involved in the battle against the Heavenly Clan. And Feng Xingliu actually lacked an opportunity. As long as he found this opportunity, his strength would achieve a qualitative leap. He might even find his own way to become a star. Han Fei didn't know if his provocation worked, but it seemed to be effective. Otherwise, Feng Qingcheng would have spoken a long time ago. But now, Feng Qingcheng just followed him from a distance, without saying a word. She was even a little nervous. As for what she was nervous about, no one knew. When Feng Yi arrived, she was stunned to see Feng Xingliu, who was covered in blood and fighting to his peak. This is Feng Xingliu? In her impression, Feng Xingliu was a braggart and jealous man. He had never killed before. It was also precisely because he had not done any proper work and had cultivated to the star transformation realm with just his innate talent that the divine phoenix god race valued him so highly. He had taken Feng Xingliu to various trials before, but the effect of the trials was always poor. However, the results of the trial were always poor. He accepted the trial and was improving, but he always felt that something was missing. At this moment, Feng Yi suddenly realized that what Feng Xing Lu lacked was courage, madness, and the zeal of wandering on the edge of life and death. At this moment, Feng Xing Lu was on the left side of Fighting Dragon Street, fighting all the way forward. He seemed to be caught in a battle frenzy. He was very fast, and in the flames he could draw all kinds of weapons at will. However, the great Tao was the same. When the scorching flames turned into weapons, they also turned into a flame barrier in front of him. Han Fei stood on the right side of the street and shouted at Feng Xing Lu, "Keep attacking. There are only 30 people left." In fact, there were 44 people on Feng Xing Lu's side. Han Fei was still shouting, "Feng Xing Lu, didn't you eat? Did you eat a pot of hot pot in the morning and you ended up eating the fish? There are 10 people left. You'll win if you fight them." Many people were speechless when they heard Han Fei's roar. There were still 30 people left. How come there were only 10 people left? However, for some reason, it felt so good to see the strong people on Fighting Dragon Street being beaten less and less. One had to know that the Dolong Street was filled with good-for-nothings. Even in the ring of life and death, they had never seen such a crazy battle. It was simply too exciting. These nouveau riches didn't care about that at all. They were still clamoring to kill Feng Xingliu and Han Fei. At this moment, some people had forgotten their original intention and roared crazily with Han Fei. "Feng Xinglu, is that all you've got? How can you call yourself a prodigy if you can't even fight your way through Fighting Dragon Street? F***CK. Feng Xinglu, if you have the guts, I'll become sworn brothers with you after we finish this street. Feng Xinglu, as long as you fulfill this condition, I'll give you 10 female cultivators to enjoy. Feng Xinglu, if you can't finish the Battle Dragon Street, you won't be able to get on the heaven list." At this moment, the entire Dolong Street was in chaos. It was filled with violence and fanaticism. Some grabbed resources and threw them everywhere. Some threw sea-quelling bizarre treasures on Fighting Dragon Street, and some followed the Phoenix Star Stream like a disco. In any case, under the influence of inexplicable emotions, these people seemed to have gone mad. Han Fei found that he couldn't outshout these people at all. Feng Xing Lu seemed to have lost his mind in the noise and madness. Han Fei could only shout, 8 to go, 7 to go. Hang on. When Feng Xing Lu defeated a dozen people, Han Fei roared, 6 to go. You'll win if you defeat them. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the dozen people on his side who hadn't finished fighting yet. These people looked at the approaching Han Fei nervously, because Feng Xing Lu had killed his way through until there were only about a dozen people left. At this moment, Han Fei glanced at the people in front of him and roared, "All of you, get out of here!" These people smiled bitterly in their hearts. We want to get out of here too, but their boss didn't allow it. However, perhaps these big shots knew that those people couldn't beat Han Fei, so the people who blocked Han Fei received the voice transmission one after another and then directly left the battlefield. Different from the Phoenix Star Stream, Han Fei just swept all the way, and the punch power that burst out at the end had more than 10 million waves. He could punch you thousands of times in an instant. Are you scared? This ferocious person was obviously not someone that could be stopped by just 2 late star transformation realm cultivators from the various shops of Dolong Street. No one would risk their lives with Han Fei on Fighting Dragon Street if they didn't go to the life and death ring. On Feng Xing Lu's side, Han Fei felt that his qi and blood were dropping, less than half of his peak. His spirit seemed to be extremely exhausted, and his flame barrier was already unstable. Han Fei frowned slightly and roared, "Cheer up! There's only one last attack. Break through them." At the back of Fighting Dragon Street, Princess Lan Xan looked at Feng Yu and asked, "Miss Yu, who is this?" The corner of Feng Yi's lips rose. "My younger brother." Lan Xan was intrigued. are the siblings of the Phoenix Divine Clan so strong? My sister broke into the Middle Ocean Divine Continent and ranked first on the Heaven Roll. My brother fought from one end of the street to the other. He's about to break through them. Feng, you couldn't help but look at Han Fei, thinking that her junior brother was trustworthy. Once Feng Xing Lu got through this, his bloodline would awaken for the second time, and he would be as powerful as a heavenly talent. However, Feng Xing Lu's power was declining seriously, which was not a good thing. All of a sudden, a girl dressed in red walked up to the end of Dolong Street. Han Fei was taken aback. Is Feng Yu here? The young master, sitting at the end of the street, could sense that the two old servants in front of him tensed up and approached him, ready to defend. However, Feng, you didn't care about the young master. She said to Feng Xing Lu, Yo, you're done? Are you scared? Swoosh! Feng Xing Lu's body suddenly froze, and his qi and flames that had been declining instantly rose again. Feng Yu is here? Even Phoenix Starstream, who was in this special state, had an epiphany that the phoenix feather had arrived. How can I be scared when Feng Yu is here? A brilliant divine bird let out a furious cry, and raging flames filled half of Dolong Street. Feng Xing Lu drew out a long fiery sword from his body and threw it out. The sword was traceless, and the sword hummed in the sea of fire. Puff, 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 the remaining 7 or 8 people all exploded under the sword. A big hand quickly grabbed their remains and souls, saving their lives. Seeing this, Han Fei shouted, You did it, Feng Xing Lu. You fought your way through Fighting Dragon Street. Today, you're the most handsome guy on this street. Although the enemies were killed, the flames didn't go out for a long time. Red light was shining in the flames. On Fighting Dragon Street, a fire phoenix soared into the sky and hovered into the flames. At this moment, Feng Qingqing flew over. Sister, when Feng Yi saw this, she instantly frowned and said, Why did you make yourself so ugly? Feng Qingqing said, We're not at home. It's dangerous outside. How is Feng Xing Lu? Feng Yu said, his bloodline awakened for the second time. Not bad. Unfortunately, he didn't pass the life and death challenge, or his strength would have soared. He might even be able to reach the late stage of the star transformation realm. Then, Feng Yu looked at Han Fei. Little Han Fei, thank you. Han Fei laughed. You're welcome. I'm sorry that I got the Phoenix clan involved in my business. My business? At this moment, Han Fei pointed at the powerhouse of the Heavenly Clan hiding in the crowd and shouted, Don't run if you have the guts. Get over here and kneel on the ground. Bastard. Han Fei, do you think the Heavenly Clan has no one? I'm just taking advantage of the heavenly race. Don't you say there's a life and death challenge ring on Fighting Dragon Street? Tell the top heavenly talents of the Heavenly Clan to come. If they don't dare to come, it's my grandson. The heavenly talent's face turned red. Arrogant guy, don't run away if you have the guts. When the heavenly talents of the Heavenly Clan come, we'll beat you until you kneel on Fighting Dragon Street. Han Fei pointed at the man's nose and shouted arrogantly, I'll wait for you to shout. Feng Yu. Feng Yu had heard that Han Fei led Feng Xing Lu to fight with the Heavenly Clan. It was said that they robbed some heavenly talents of the Heavenly Clan and suppressed the 4 heavenly talents of the Heavenly Clan. At that time, Feng Yu thought that little junior brother was quite strong. She thought that little junior brother was just not a star transformation realm cultivator and shouldn't be very strong. However, today she found that she was wrong. Han Fei finished the Fighting Dragon Street earlier than Feng Xing Lu, and he looked full of energy, and nothing happened at all. Even a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to defeat 100 people so easily, right? Clap, clap, clap. At this time, the young master at the end of the Fighting Dragon Street suddenly applauded. He smiled and said, You did it. You defeated the Fighting Dragon Street alone. You're a strong man. However, the Fighting Dragon Street is not a place you can fight. Even if you did it, if you don't give me a reason today, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this street." Han Fei sneered. "Can't walk out of the street? With the two late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in front of you?" The young master smiled, raised his neck in the chair, and said lightly, "In the Fighting Dragon Street, there are 18 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. There are 3 peak star transformation realm cultivators. What do you want to pick one to?" Han Fei frowned. "Good heavens, there are quite a lot of strong men. I can't beat them now. However, I can't back down." Han Fei sneered. "Peak star transformation realm cultivators. I once captured one alive." But immediately Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "I heard that the Fighting Dragon Street is the bloodiest, most violent, and most chaotic place in the divine capital dynasty. I like this kind of place. Today, I came here to make a name for myself and declare war on the gate of heaven by borrowing the Fighting Dragon Street's life and death ring. Is there any order in the Fighting Dragon Street? You don't even want to borrow it?" Chapter 23-29. Fight in the life and death arena? You picked the Fighting Dragon Street just for this? As for becoming famous, this young master didn't really believe it. When Han Fei challenged the Tian clan, he was already famous. Of course, this time he was also famous. But this time it was not Han Fei who became famous, but Feng Xingliu. Therefore, he was more inclined to believe that Han Fei came to the Fighting Dragon Street to declare war on the heavenly race. So, in order to declare war on the heavenly clan, Han Fei destroyed my Fighting Dragon Street. Hearing Han Fei's explanation, to be honest, the young master felt a little uncomfortable. Han Fei raised his chin. "Hey, who are you? Can you make the decision or not? Or are you also afraid of the heavenly race?" The young master suddenly stood up. "Afraid of the heavenly race? I suspect you are insulting me. I am the 3rd prince of the divine capital royal family, Kong Xian. Do you think I am afraid of the heavenly race?" Han Fei frowned. "CK, he seems to have a powerful background. The divine capital royal dynasty was the strongest force in the East Sea divine land. The 3rd prince of the strongest force actually came here to be a playboy? But on the road of cultivation, what's the use of this identity? You are the 3rd prince, and I am the King, human emperor. Am I worse than you?" Han Fei immediately raised his head and said, "Oh, 3rd prince, does the entire Fighting Dragon Street listen to you?" Kong Xian said, "The Fighting Dragon Street is an island of freedom. Here, everything is free." Han Fei asked, "Even killing people is free?" The corners of Kong Xian's mouth rose. "As long as you think you can still leave after killing people, then you can kill them." Han Fei thought, 3 at the peak of the star condensation realm and 18 at the late stage of the star condensation realm. And these were just the resident ones. If Kong Xian shouted, there might be several times more masters coming. So, although he broke through the Fighting Dragon Street just now, he didn't kill anyone, which should be the right choice. Although he came to the Fighting Dragon Street to provoke the heavenly race this time, he wasn't crazy enough to court death. In Han Fei's view, he just broke through a street, which was not a death wish. Han Fei said, "In this case, hey, are you interested in doing business?" "Haha," Kong Xian laughed. "You've beaten your way through Dolong Street, and you still want to do business with me?" Han Fei said matter-of-factly, "Fighting is fighting and business is business." He had heard that betting on the life and death arena of the Dragon Battle Dragon would earn him countless resources. You, the 3rd prince, should not be lacking in resources. However, I don't believe that you would complain that you don't have enough resources. I don't believe that you would think that a divine artifact is a hot potato. Han Fei thought even venerable emperors have to go to the Star Ocean to plunder resources, let alone emperors. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. "Han Fei, I know you. He was a person of unknown origins, powerful, and had many divine artifacts on him. Even if you are strong, you should not underestimate the powerhouses of the world, especially Tian clan. As he spoke, Kong Xian said leisurely, "You said that you wanted to declare war on the celestial race and wanted to borrow the Battle Dragon Street's life and death arena. But what right do you have to borrow? You've got to come up with something. Otherwise, do you think you can fight? The Celestials are going to fight you?" Han Fei asked, "So, you want me to show my identity?" Kong Xian shrugged. "Even if you want to fight in the Dragon Life and Death Ring, you have to show your identity, right? Do you think the Celestials are going to fight in person just to compete with an independent cultivator? Do you think they don't want to lose face?" Kong Xian was full of confidence. "Others can't figure out Han Fei's origin, so I'll do it. I'll let you reveal your origin in person in front of countless people on this Dolong Street." As soon as Kong Xian stretched out his hand, an enchanting woman immediately came up with a wine glass and handed it to Kong Xian. He said lightly, "It's really interesting to think about it. The Dolong Street has been boring for a long time. Now that you've made such a scene, it's interesting." Han Fei chuckled. "If I show my identity and declare war, you'll help me host it?" Kong Xian stretched out his hand. "Of course not. It's the Dragon Life and Death Ring." He was gambling on his family's wealth. After he died, his family's wealth would belong to someone else. You don't have any wealth. Why do you want to fight with them? Just because of your provocation and mockery? You underestimate the Celestials too much, don't you? Kong Xian dared to say what others didn't dare to say. Even if he said the Celestials were thick-skinned, no one would think there was anything wrong with it. Han Fei grinned. "My wealth. Although it's not as much as the royal family of the divine capital, it's not nothing." Han Fei flicked his wrist and waved casually, taking out 291 heaven-opening qualification tokens. Then, the gloves on Han Fei's hands floated in the air. "You can send someone to investigate my gloves. They are comparable to ultra-quality divine weapons." Then, a red bead appeared on Han Fei's chest, and he smiled faintly. "An ultra-quality divine weapon." Feng Yu looked at Han Fei speechlessly, as if it was the first time she had met Han Fei. Is little junior brother always so arrogant outside? Why is he so arrogant? Feng Yu couldn't figure it out. The place where Han Fei was raised was just a starting place. There was nothing special about it. It was said that there were only a few heaven-opening realms there. Now looking at it, one supreme-grade god artifact after another supreme-grade god artifact, wasn't he afraid of losing everything? Or was little junior brother so arrogant because of the void mark in the void temple and eldest senior brother's 3 chances to attack him? Feng, you couldn't help but look at Feng Qingcheng. Is he always so arrogant when he's with you? Feng Qingcheng thought for a while and remembered how Han Fei showed off his divine weapons when he challenged He Sha. At that time, she thought Han Fei was a descendant of the main bloodline of a major clan. Feng Qingcheng nodded slightly. He's even more arrogant than this. Hey, more than that. I'll raise the stakes. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from within the steaming flames. The fire phoenix slowly became illusory, and the flames began to shrink. After a while, Feng Xingliu, who was covered in wounds, appeared from the flames. Feng Xingliu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "It hurts." When Feng Xingliu spoke, his mouth seemed to hurt. It was mainly because he was so seriously injured that he hurt all over when he moved. Han Fei flipped his hand and threw 3 balls of liquid divine light at him. But in order to show off, Feng Xingliu tried his best. Enduring the pain all over his body, he chuckled. It's just a minor injury. What's there to worry about? Then he opened his mouth and inhaled, and 3 balls of liquid divine light entered his body. Then Feng Xingliu walked out of the flames, his body burning with raging flames. His blood was flowing backward, and his wounds were healing. He walked out with a pace that did not recognize even his own family. He spat and raised his hand, and 278 heaven-opening qualification tokens flew to Han Fei. Feng Xingliu said, "I'll raise the stakes." "How much are nearly 600 heaven-opening qualification tokens worth?" Feng Qingqing suddenly understood. With a wave of her hand, 362 heaven-opening qualification tokens flew to Han Fei. Feng Qingqing nodded. "I'll raise the stakes too." Feng Qingqing naturally knew that now that the heavenly race had blocked the channel, they couldn't sell these tokens. Since Kong Xian wasn't afraid of the heavenly race, she would give them to him. However, Kong Xian was not stupid. He had sent someone to investigate just now, and the results of the investigation were out. One of the things that happened recently was that the heavenly race ordered that no one was allowed to accept the qualification tokens in Han Fei's hands, or they would be enemies with the heavenly race. "Ha ha ha!" Kong Xian immediately smiled and said, "Isn't that so? Even the Phoenix God clan is so poor? Do they need to sell qualification tokens in exchange for resources?" At that moment, Feng Yu suddenly looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's heart trembled. There was an inexplicable pressure. He almost forgot that this Feng Yu, the top expert on the heaven list, was also from the Phoenix divine race. However, as the third prince of the divine capital's royal family, he still had his composure. He said calmly, "I think this is the real purpose of your visit, right? The heavenly race threatened all the other races not to buy your qualification tokens. Then, you thought of my fighting Dragon Street. You even called it a challenge. Ha! Just for this, you destroyed the fighting Dragon Street, am I right?" Han Fei didn't feel embarrassed at all. He said calmly, "Yes, this is one of the main reasons. But more importantly, I am good at fighting. Since the heavenly race can't affect the fighting Dragon Street, I can sell it here." Kong Xian scoffed. "Then you can sell it here. Why did you choose the fighting Dragon Street? Aren't you not giving me face?" Han Fei said, "If I want others to buy my qualification token, I have to be a little famous. In short, can this qualification token be regarded as my personal property?" Kong Xian said, "Yes. I'll buy it at 20% of the market price in the fighting Dragon Street. I won't buy it if it's too high." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. If it was put in the Zhao family's resource trade center, it would be 10% higher than the market price. Now, it was 20% lower than the market price. With this, he had lost 30% of his stock. When Han Fei was about to finish speaking, he heard Kong Xian say, It's not over yet. If you want my fighting Dragon Street to buy your resources, you have to show your identity. You have to reveal your identity. Only then can I arrange the life and death arena." He was not a fool. Sometimes he was very smart. No one in the entire market wants your goods. If I want them, of course, I have to give you a discount. No one in the entire divine capital dynasty knows Han Fei's identity, but I have to know. But in fact, these were not reasons. Kong Xian didn't lack the 30% of resources, and he didn't care about Han Fei's identity. What he wanted from Han Fei now was face. This was the price of destroying the fighting Dragon Street. Chapter 2330. However, in Han Fei's opinion, the fighting Dragon Street had already been destroyed by him and Feng Xingliu. How could he lose face? In the past, it would have been fine if he didn't have any status. But now, no matter what, he managed to get an identity from the war god's side. As for whether this identity was high enough, Han Fei didn't think it was bad. The savage ancient clan must be a major force that had stood on the West Sea divine continent for countless years. Feng Xingliu didn't know. He had always thought that Han Fei was from the ancient demon god clan. Among all the ancient clans in the divine prefecture of the West Sea, the ancient demon god clan was the most miserable. He recalled Han Fei's words. If Han Fei revealed his identity, the ones who attacked him might be venerable sovereigns instead of heaven-opening realm cultivators. At that time, even the Phoenix God clan would not be able to protect him. Feng Xingliu snorted coldly. "If you have the guts, then beat my brother's identity out." What's the point of threatening? Feng Xingliu felt that the people on Battle Dragon Street were no match for Han Fei. They couldn't force Han Fei to use the methods of the ancient Fiend Celestials. However, Han Fei chuckled. You want to know my identity? Sure. What can I get from the arena of life and death? Kong Xian's lips curled into a smile. As long as you win, you'll get as many resources as you can take out. Of course, the other party had to agree first. If the Celestials chose not to fight, then naturally there would be no life and death arena. Of course, even if there's no life and death arena, you'll still have to sell your resources, right? Han Fei frowned slightly. I went through so much trouble just to sell these resources. Moreover, it was sold at a 30% discount. Star Phoenix voice transmission. Why don't we just forget about it? After all, Feng Yu looked at Feng Xingliu and then at Han Fei, wondering how they became brothers. Feng Xingliu isn't as dumb as he used to be. Also, what status does little junior brother have? Why is he pretending at this time? Did he want to use his identity as a member of the Void Temple? Once his identity as a member of the Void Shrine was exposed, it would be no small matter. Of the 3 shrines, the Void Shrine was the most secretive. Even in the Temple of Time, there were often people walking in the world. However, there were only a dozen people in the Void Shrine, and they were spread out far and wide. It was extremely difficult to find them among the countless experts of the 5 divine prefectures. Once his identity was exposed, the number of people who would pay attention to him would be unimaginable. At that time, if he didn't borrow eldest senior brother's strength, he probably wouldn't be able to escape at all, right? Han Fei said, okay. With the power and status of the Tian clan in the Eastern Seas Divine Prefecture, if they're afraid to even fight, then I'll accept it. Then, Han Fei looked around on both sides of Dolong Street. Amidst the countless curious and jeering voices, the red light on his body loomed. Feng Xingliu muttered, Han Fei, buzz! Suddenly, everyone saw 2 axes flying in the air, full of fighting intent. Behind Han Fei, there seemed to be a terrifying figure rising from the ground. That figure was covered in a scarlet glow. His face could not be seen clearly, but his boundless battle intent shocked everyone on Dolong Street. F***CK, what kind of race is this? What a crazy battle intent. This shouldn't be from the divine East Sea, right? At least it can't be the Fistlight Mountain Peak. The Fistlight Mountain Peak doesn't have such an inheritance. What's that behind him? It looks like some kind of god's shadow. Good heavens, this guy really has a great background. I knew that a person who can fight through Dolong Street can't be an ordinary person, let alone an independent cultivator. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, I know this is the West Wilderness God of War, the legendary West Wilderness God of War, who has godlike combat power, even though he hasn't become a god yet. War god, what kind of race is that? The savage ancient clan. What? This guy is from the West Sea Divine Prefecture? People from the West Sea Divine Prefecture come to the East Sea to be arrogant? F***CK, kill him. I've never seen such an arrogant and domineering person from the West Wilderness. Even if you have a great background in the West Wilderness, you still have to behave yourself in the East Sea Divine Prefecture. Who wants to fight in this life and death ring and nail this Western barbarian to death in the dragon battle ring? Many rich kids who had been cheering for Han Fei and the others just now had turned around and targeted Han Fei. These people were very curious. Why couldn't people from the West Sea Divine Prefecture be arrogant in the East Sea Divine Prefecture? They inexplicably began to unite, as if the East Sea was their home and it was up to everyone to protect it. Feng Yi revealed a look of surprise in her heart. She knew Han Fei's identity and background the best, because she was the one who handled Han Fei's entrance test. Han Fei couldn't have anything to do with the West Sea Divine Prefecture. She could only say that Han Fei had some opportunity after coming out and obtained inheritance of the war god of the savage ancient clan. Feng Yu couldn't help but smile. She had been thinking about how to help Han Fei out, but now she didn't have to. However, she was puzzled that her junior brother was going to fight in the dragon battle ring. In this arena, there was no such thing as fairness or unfairness. If she hadn't learned that Han Fei had captured a peak star transformation heavenly clan, she would have stopped him. Feng Xingliu's eyes widened, and she looked at Han Fei in surprise. Savage ancient clan. How could it be the savage ancient clan? Immediately, Feng Xingliu's heart thumped. A story was born. Back then, the fiend god ancient clan was invaded and the divine prince was slaughtered. Han Fei, who had just been born, was secretly sent to the savage ancient clan and lived a life of concealment. For revenge, he began to fight crazily and loot resources. As a divine prince, he didn't hesitate to be branded with the inheritance mark of another clan. How much pressure was he under? Immediately, Feng Xingliu's blood boiled and flames started to burn. Unfortunately, although he had swallowed 3 balls of liquid divine light, he was still heavily injured and mentally exhausted. He couldn't get stronger. Because of the appearance of the war god phantom, people didn't pay much attention to Feng Xingliu. They only thought he had recovered a little and there was nothing special about him. The war god seal and the war god phantom disappeared. Han Fei held his head high. See, this is my identity. It's not that I don't need to come out, but I've met a bunch of losers along the way. You want me to show my identity? Kong Xian frowned. This was unexpected. He had thought that Han Fei might be from the North Sea Divine Prefecture, the South Sea Divine Prefecture, or some hidden force. But he didn't expect that this guy was from the West Sea Divine Prefecture. He. Kong Xian laughed. You're the boldest Western wilderness barbarian I've ever seen. Han Fei raised his head. What, are you looking down on me? Kong Xian said casually, Not really, but since you've shown your identity, you're doomed. Han Fei could hear people on both sides of Dolong Street sighing, cursing, and all kinds of voices. Someone said, The West Sea Divine Prefecture is too far away. Even though Han Fei is a descendant of the war god, he can't escape from the heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Prefecture. Someone said with a guilty conscience, unless he never leaves the divine capital dynasty in his life, he'll be doomed after the competition. Someone clicked his tongue and said, If it were me, I wouldn't fight this guy. After the 10,000-year competition, he will be dead for sure. No one will be able to save him. Someone else sighed. But can the heavenly race really hold back? If they don't, they'll lose face today. And after today, Han Fei will be famous in the divine capital dynasty. If he challenges the heavenly race again, how can they bear it? Someone frowned. No matter how talented this person is, the heavenly race has many peerless cultivators. There are several on the heaven list. Will they refuse to fight? Suddenly, someone said, I just got the news. Yi Chun of the heavenly race was captured by Han Fei. The heavenly race used 2 million kilometers of resources to exchange for him. Hiss, what? How is that possible? Yi Chun is a peak star transformation cultivator. This guy. Wait, I can't see Han Fei's natal star at all. Shoot, this guy has a way to hide his natal star. I heard that he hadn't turned into a star a few years ago. Nonsense. How can he capture a peak star transformation cultivator? Would you believe me if I told you? Oh, don't forget, he may be able to borrow the power of the war god. That's true. For a while, there was a lot of discussion on both sides of Dolong Street. From the beginning, they wanted to kill Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, but now they didn't care if the Dolong Street was destroyed. They were just waiting to see the heavenly race's performance. Their evaluation of Han Fei and Feng Xingliu soared. The heavenly talents of the West Wilderness were also heavenly talents. As for Feng Xingliu, there was no need to talk about it. That guy's final burst of power had even awakened his bloodline. Now that Feng Yu, the strongest on the heaven list, was here, it was impossible to kill these two. However, even if they couldn't kill these two, They still wanted to see the heavenly race defeat Han Fei. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that there was no one in the divine East Ocean? At this time, as Kong Xian waved his fingers, someone had already gone to prepare the resources. In any case, the qualification token he got from Han Fei at this price could be sold to him for 50% of the profit. Why wouldn't he accept other people's money? After a while, when the resources of 1,000,000 kilometers were placed in front of Han Fei, Kong Xian said lightly, "This is a good deal. As for whether the heavenly race will come or not, we will know in a moment."